What's up, everybody? Welcome to another edition of Modern Playbook. We got a full house tonight. We've got some extra special guests in the house. We've got Hive Comics. What's up, guys? How you doing? We've got the Bronze and Modern Gods, Richard and John. We've got Mr. Longshort. We've got Corbin and Kyle from the Absolute Geek Crew. And, of course, Nico and Dino. And we got a lot of fun stuff tonight. We're going to keep it politically free because the new boss is the same as the old boss. They're all assholes anyways. That being said...
Hey, don't talk about me like that.
I also feel attacked.
Dino, you should. I mean, Nico, you should, brother. You should.
Hey! I have a question.
What's up?
Does everybody know about the beard shaving? Because we're not going to talk about it on air, so you're going to have to talk to us privately about it.
Yes.
We'll see what happens with that. But
hey, don't get him too riled up. He might show up on this thing.
Yeah, it ain't my beard, guys. It ain't.
Bring a set of fucking clippers.
Yeah, I could give two shits about either of them.
Hey, you should get the head trimmers like Brutus the Barber Beefcake back in the 90s.
I feel like that's what we're missing from the podcast. We've discussed this. We need more WWF flavor.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say more hair segments.
Well, McClay really has better hair than all of us, so I feel like I defer to him about all discussions having to do with hair.
Well, I'm half out of it. I spent a 6-hour jaunt over in the drunken chat area last night. It was like 7 in the morning and when we left on the East Coast, 4 in the morning here in Phoenix. It was a long drunken night that turned political, but it was a good conversation, and we got to meet the mighty Mrs. Mel V.
Now I'll fast forward for that one.
Yeah, so shout out to Mrs. Vaughn. She's great, beautiful, very, very smart, and a sneaker fan. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, hey, we got. I guess we can announce that too. We got big plans for the Drunken Chat. I have formulated the greatest. I will call a card game. We'll call it.
Yes, we
let me ask you this: Are we? Did you rig the wheel so that one of us can win?
The drunken box?
No.
Because then it's the second greatest plan. Okay.
Yeah, that box.
Hey, get your entry in, dude. We're going to try to. I put my entry in. Fuck it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But all right, craziness is going to be tonight for sure with all the hijinks going on. But Nico, you kind of have some questions. I imagine that you have for the Hive Comic guys, considering that they just put out a huge variant. And a matter of fact, there was a bunch of us that picked up said variant because I personally think it's probably the best Last Ronin cover out there that has been for the exclusive covers. I really liked their version of it. But yeah, I'll let you take over there, Nico.
Yeah, so here's kind of the issue. You say they put out the best variant, and then you talk about the Ronin variant. I may object. There's a couple other variants they put out that I think I like even better.
Well, I'm talking about Last Ronin, just for Last Ronin. Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't get the really good one. Yeah, there you go. That's it.
Boy.
Yeah, man, that's nice. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, hold on. We're good. There we go.
Yeah. So here's kind of I think the question that everybody wants to know, which is how in the hell have you guys had hit after hit after hit? From Peach Momoko's No Heroine to the Last Ronin standout cover.
That's the next one. I think a lot of it is we've I think we're on the right show for this, but we both come from definitely a spec background. We understand that's part of the market when you're putting out variant covers. and we both spent years and years specking on books. We still actively do. So we've tried to chase not only titles that we think are spec worthy, but also artists that we think are spec worthy. You know, and I think that's just that formula's it's worked well for us up to this point.
Yeah, I don't think it's an exaggeration to suggest that you guys catapulted Peach Momoko into stardom. Now, I know that you're both very humble, and you'll say, "No, that wasn't us." But from an outside perspective, you guys put her on the map.
No, it's totally us. No, we'll take credit. No, you know, it was honestly it was one of those things where you could see where she was trending for sure. You could see that she was starting to get a lot of love, a lot more mainstream love, and it just it worked out well for us in that regard. But I think it was just we both had paid enough attention to kind of see it coming, anyways. And it just so happened to be perfect timing for us to be putting out a couple of books to start up Hive. So that was just the direction we went, because we kind of saw that trend, and so we're like, all right, let's hop on this while we can.
Just talked her into doing right before we started up. Talked her into doing a Mercy cover, because I was doing Anomaly comics before Hive. And then after that, I mean, that cover took off, and then it just worked out. And I mean, we're always, like James was saying, we're always looking definitely at those hot artists. We also come from like different spec backgrounds.
Yeah,
James is more of that Marvel DC. I've always been drawn to like the indie side of books, so it's a really good combination. And then we just definitely pay a lot of attention to what's going on.
That's the key, right? Having your ear close to the ground to hear that train coming, right?
Yeah.
I think that a lot of people in the spec world are learning that you have to pay extra special attention nowadays, and that includes reading as much as you can to know what's coming further in the future, right?
Yeah, it's definitely helpful. I being in with the stories is good, but also having disconnect. I had a good conversation with my brother about that just the other day, that having at least a little bit of a disconnect to know when a spec is a good spec versus it's one that's made off of emotion. I think those are two very different things. I think that's when you see people that end up with short boxes of a book that was supposed to be hot but really isn't. Is a lot of it's emotion-based specking. So I think staying informed on storylines is just as important as actually reading the book. But both are definitely beneficial for speculating.
Yeah, that makes sense. I know we have a lot of readers in the house tonight on the show, so I'm sure we're going to get into some really good storylines. But I want to talk a little bit more about Last Ronin with you guys. What was the thought process on the cover that you guys put out?
Which one?
The one you just held up. I want to talk about the big dog here in a little bit.
So this one, I think, you know, I talked to other retailers. I've had some of these other retailers I've had as like friends, and I was like buying bulk from them before I was doing this, and already knew, you know, Kale definitely knew he was hot, knew his Ninja Turtle covers had done well in what was it, 95 through 100.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did some variants there, and so it was, and I knew he was still available because I just reached out to him. These guys are real easy to reach out to and talk to. Like building relationships with these artists is like been one of the biggest things, because now I can just hit them up whenever. And then the other one, the
big dog that a lot of us were not able to get.
This guy.
Hey, there's still a chance.
Yep.
There's still a chance.
Oh, those things are beautiful. They're absolutely gorgeous.
That's done by Stan Yak, and I've been having Stan Yak do work for books for, I don't know, a year and a half. I mean, people just, I don't know, people don't know him. He's done a lot of stuff in interiors for press, and I've kind of stayed with Source Point Press the last couple of years. I've made a lot of good relationships with that publishing company and a lot of their writers and artists. And funny thing is, we planned on doing the new covers, and Stan has been a part of Hive since we started, and he kept making little comments in our thread about, ooh, turtles. I want to do turtles. Ooh, I want to do turtles. And so we're like, well, let's do another one.
Yeah.
And let's put Stan on it.
Yeah, because of the delay that hit last Ronin, we were fortunate enough to be given the opportunity to do a Staniak cover. Had there not been a delay, the time constraints would have been way too tight. But that delay certainly benefited Stan, and it benefited us because we get to put together an awesome Staniak run. We're using him through issue 5, so we're really excited about that. I mean, issue 2 goes on sale tomorrow. Yeah,
It's good.
Oh, boy.
You guys should check it out.
Tell us more. How do we do that?
You taking notes?
Yeah.
Always.
So it'll just be on our website. We're doing it at 2:00 Eastern Standard Time at hive-comics.com.
Yeah.
So, I mean, our website's got enough traffic now. You can just Google Hive Comics and we'll come up. But yeah, so it'll be launching 2:00 Eastern Standard Time. We don't expect it to last long. Really don't. So we'll get lots of angry emails and lots of emails of people asking us if we still have copies stashed away under our mattresses or something. But
Yeah, let me ask you guys this: there's a big move now to use these bots to try to grab these small print retail variants, right? Like it started with trading cards, and now they're doing it with comics. Is that a problem that you've seen, something that you've encountered, something that you're trying to militate against?
So we luckily, I don't think we haven't gotten to that point where we're big enough to where that's happening, but it's going to happen soon. We try and mitigate that, like with some of the books we know are going to be bigger releases. We generally will do like a 1 per customer or 2 per customer for the first 10 minutes or half an hour, just to give everyone a solid chance. But the problem is like a lot of that software will mimic multiple IP addresses and stuff like that. So I don't really know how our website's going to be handled to take that thing, if that starts happening. But hopefully it doesn't become an issue. If it does, we're definitely going to have to look into something to kind of mitigate that, I guess. But we're doing what we can for right now. We've definitely stopped multiple orders from the same households before, from individuals trying to buy things when we've said 1 per household. We've definitely done that before, but yeah, we haven't had to deal with the bot thing too much.
It's not too hard when the print run's only like 500.
Yeah,
you can go through those pretty quick and check out who's buying multiples when they shouldn't.
Yeah,
different first name, stuff like that. But yeah, the bots, we'll deal with that, I guess, when we
hopefully it's not an issue. We run our website through Shopify, and I'm pretty sure they've got something set up to counteract some of that to at least some degree. But I do know that they change those programs up constantly. I know it's plagued the shoe market for years.
And card market, big time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, baseball and basketball cards have been hit hard by it too. I know that.
I can speak a little to that. My day job is e-commerce, and we have a Grateful Dead store on Shopify, and we did a Nike launch for a dead shoe, and yeah, they were great at slapping down the bot. So
that's good to hear.
Nice.
That's good to hear.
A Grateful Dead Nike shoe.
Yeah, it's ugly as hell.
I saw some fancy shoe today. I can't remember the player's name, but it was called the Jolly Rancher.
Already,
Wow.
that sounds terrible.
Why?
My daughter,
Kawhi Leonard, yep, the most robotic person.
my 8-year-old daughter was like, "Oh, that's so cool."
The uglier they are, the higher they are. It seems like who can make the ugliest freaking shoe?
So, guys, what's next?
What is next? We got Last Ronin 2.
Last Ronin 2.
Crossover 2 through 3 for right now.
At least.
Yeah, that we're doing. We got John Gallagher back on crossover. We might see how issue 2 and 3 go.
I ordered that one for the record. Yeah, I was in on crossover number 1. Absolutely.
Awesome.
Because we come into my house.
Yeah.
Actually, to my work, but.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, the big gorilla in the room is that Berserker cover behind you. So what's the story behind that?
So we went super untraditional with our choice for cover art, even though it's a massive book. And we've been asking for a month and a half now if we could show it off, and we keep getting told no. So they're keeping everybody pretty tight-lipped on covers. I think ours might be a contender for cover of the year, if I'm being honest.
Wow.
So I mean, it's pretty awesome. We have it hanging in the office. If any of you guys find out where I live and break in, you'll actually be able to see it. But if we showed it to anybody now, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't be able to produce it. So this is the best you get.
Yeah. We reached out to an artist who's never done a comic book cover.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the best thing to do. I love stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a very phenomenal artist in the more traditional art realm.
Have they ever done any comic book art, like within pages, or you said first cover? Have they done any?
No published comic book art.
That's cool. So this will be
painted comic book characters, but it's never been published art. No published comic book art.
So this will be the first professional published art, comic art. Yeah, very cool.
I love that you guys got Bansky to do it. That's great.
No, that would sell out immediately. All right. Any heads up on when it's going to be on sale?
When is Berserker pushed out to February?
Yeah, I'm guessing we'll be able to pre-sell it, and I'm guessing they're not even going to let us show it till the beginning of January.
Yeah,
probably just over the holidays and everything. And you guys know, like December comics are slow.
Yeah.
So, well, I mean, we might even just wait to even show it, even if we can before that.
Yeah.
Shout out to Boom Studios and Ross Ritchie. We were lucky enough to do an interview with Ross last week, and it's not out yet. It'll be out soon. But he talked about Berserker, and he gave a really cool story about him meeting Keanu Reeves, and it's absolutely amazing. But with how excited Keanu Reeves sounds to be part of this. Like,
did Keanu Reeves save his dog or do anything?
Even better. I'm not going to give it away, but it's even better.
I mean, yeah. When you hear that Keanu Reeves is doing a comic, how can you not want to be a part of it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, our hope is I hope we get to meet him. I hang out with him, get him to sign at some Hive Comics table at a convention or something.
And I could see that happening. I really could see that happening.
I'm personally just holding out hope that he sees it and he wants to buy it from us.
Yeah.
Trade him for a weekend at the gun range.
Yeah.
Dude, you can have it, but
great idea.
In person, and we're going shooting. That's going on.
Well,
it's a great idea.
He'll send his bots.
Yeah.
His what do you call it? His impersonators. Send some impersonators with us.
Yeah, his decoy bots.
Yeah.
Very cool, guys. So where can they find these books?
Hivecomics.com, or you can find us on Facebook or Instagram. Yeah, so just at Hive Comics. We're pretty easy to find.
Twitter too, although I don't really mess with Twitter too much.
I don't know about the Twitter. But.
Yeah, you guys have an exceptional Facebook group. I mean, just really decent fans, real cool vibe.
Good.
We're big fans. They're really good. We got some really awesome collectors in our group. So some real diehards. It's pretty awesome.
It's a good group. It's very informal, I like that shit. we're just shooting the shit. I'll talk shit to the customers or the members of all day, and it's just fun. I like that.
Yeah, we had Frank Gogol on our podcast. Was it Monday?
Yeah, I think so. Flipside,
and we were able to talk to him about your guys' collaborations on No Heroin, and he really credited Hive Comics with a lot of the buzz around that particular book. Is there one specific book that you think took you guys from being, sort of like one of the players to a predominant force in the retail exclusive market?
Sorry, I'm looking. We got them all hung up, so I'm taking a look here.
Oh, that's sick.
Oh wow.
God, I'd have to say No Heroin 1, don't you think?
I would.
Yep.
I would say that. I would say so. We did the No Heroin 1, and then we did a Sleeping Beauties with Peach as well. And so after No Heroin 1 was a hit, then Sleeping Beauties, which came out before that,
just released later,
became a hit. But then we did I like those metal covers. And so we did metal covers for No Heroin 1, and I'll show you guys this one. We did a special metal print run of 20, and we sent most of them out as surprises to our customers.
Wow. That's amazing.
We did sell one on the website for $1 at like 2 in the morning.
Yeah,
that was fun too. But
so that was fun, man. I mean, we were so surprised, honestly, of how well No Heroin 1 and Sleeping Beauties did, and we were just like, we got to do something for these guys. And that took off, and then No Heroin 2 did really well. No Heroin 3, Peach's hype started calming down a little bit.
She's drawn too much, guys. She's drawn too much.
Yeah, a little too much, but you can't.
That's okay. You guys just need to,
you
guys just need to jump on. You guys just need to jump on that Jenny Frisson train.
Oh, I love Frisson.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Huge fans.
My favorite Frisson cover is a Woods number 25. It's a 1 in 25 variant, and you never see them. I got a few of them. I sent one into CGC. I was like, "There's no way this is coming back 9.8," and it did.
Nice.
I love the Woods. I love that story. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was some of her early stuff, right?
Yeah,
that was really early. She has really hit the. I think that she kind of like started getting that Momoko rise, and then it flattened out for some reason, and then Momoko hit, and everybody kind of forgot about Frisson until Something Is Killing the Children.
Yeah.
And then Something Is Killing the Children came out, and it was like, oh, I remember her. So,
I mean, this has got to be one of the top covers ever.
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah.
Completely underappreciated. It is stunning, right? I mean, there's nothing more iconic than this, in my opinion, right? So, yeah, I agree, Brian. Like, she's amazing, and this cover for me is it. But
character design is so key to comics, right? And that character design is awesome. You throw that face mask on, that's all you really needed, right? I mean, that face mask is so badass with that.
It was timely too, right?
Yeah.
Well, part of the reason why that book is so good is that a lot of Virgins, there's a trade dress variant, like that isn't, right? It's just that book, right? And when you see it, you know what you're looking at. There's no guessing. Is that issue 3, 4, 5? You know, it's issue number 1. So I mean, but yeah.
If the spec market didn't know about it before Final Order cut off and it didn't get talked about by every talking head in the market, I think there'd be just enough fewer copies that it would command a much higher premium.
But I mean, there's got to be fewer than the first print, right? I mean, I don't know what the numbers
no
are
way.
in that book, but
there's no way.
There's 35,000 ordered by retailers, roughly, I think, for that book.
I mean, I don't know.
The total
I mean,
run.
Maybe I don't know. That's now that I think about it. But I mean, ask me how many I bought of that cover compared to the A cover. It's 10-1. I mean, I hit them hard, and I think everybody else that knew about it did.
Maybe, I don't know. When I went to go to my LCS to pick it up, there was one of those and 15 of the cover A, and I don't know if that's consistent across the country. I have no idea, but that book, and I was there when the store opened. I mean, there was one or two of those, right? Versus whatever they ordered for the other ones. It just feels like it should be in shorter supply, but maybe it's not. Maybe they went heavy. Maybe they went heavy on that one.
Now that the more that I think about it, I mean, I've not thought about it before. It may be that people like me hit that variant hard, and they've got them right, and that as time goes on, you'll see more demand for that, and the numbers kind of even out on the A cover. It's weird though. A covers are just always preferred. I think we learned for sure that lesson over the last 2 years, with starting with like the DCB covers, and then who knows.
We'll never get the final answer on what the numbers are, but regardless, that's an iconic cover in my opinion.
Doesn't help that there's a couple different like NYCC X retailer metal half color this that, you know what I mean?
The black and white variant for sure, which demand nice premiums. Absolutely.
I'd like to talk to Richard and John about their channels. I don't know if we're capable of doing the Holly Weird Squares with them in a way that we can kind of all attack them at once. This, I think, is about as good as I can do.
As long as I can call in the middle, please.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. No one's ever mistaken me for a Gap man, but this could be my big day. So, guys, I love your YouTube show. I asked Dino to reach out to you and talk to the both of you. I didn't realize that Richard was a local. John, where are you at?
I am in Long Beach, California, but I originally grew up 10 miles from Richard.
Yeah.
Okay, so John, this is the John you were talking about, right, Richard? That you were going to meet at the Cal Comic Con. Ironically, Richard and I have never met in our entire lives. Today, we inadvertently ran into one another in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, in line for a small convention.
Yeah, just struck up a conversation just because we were next to each other in line, and had no idea who each other was.
I didn't even put 2 and 2 together until I heard his voice here today, which is kind of strange. I was like on my way home, I'm like, that couldn't possibly have been that guy, could it?
Oh, that was really cool. That was really cool. It was a good show. It was good meeting you too, sort of.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to talk too long. We were talking about CGC turnaround times.
Right.
But can you guys tell us a little bit about your channel, how it started, and what you guys are trying to do over there, who you're trying to give a voice to?
Sure. Richard, cut me off anytime. It started because we've been friends for over 30 years. We've collected comic books together for over 30 years. And we both ended up working from home starting in March. I won't say why, because I don't want this video to get flagged on YouTube. But it gave us a lot of, I wouldn't say free time, but, on the weekends when you can't do anything, we're like, we should really, I think about 80% of the population said we should start a podcast. So we did. And the focus originally really honestly was going to be about the Bronze Age of comics and some modern stuff thrown in. And I think about episode 3, that went completely out the window. So now we just talk about anything and everything, but mostly we've got regular features like the hot book of the week, underrated books of the week. What else am I missing, Richard? Jump in here.
What are we missing?
That's
25-year rule.
25-year rule where we talk about the effect nostalgia has after 25 years, and we focus on books from 1995 specifically and what's cool about them and what you may have missed back then. So yeah, that's the channel.
And I've seen, and I see you guys got a little music section, it sounds like, huh? What do you guys got going on?
Oh, that's because we were talking, that's freeze frame right there is from when we were, first of all, we're both big music fans. My day job is in music. But we were talking 25-year rule about the Scroll Kill Crew, which was a book that came out in 95 from Marvel. That was our book that week. And the original title of the comic was the Skull Kill Cult because of the band, the Thrill Kill Cult, and Marvel made them change the title because of the cult connotation. It was a big rabbit hole we went down. Sorry.
I love rabbit holes, man. Those are great. Those are the best.
Yeah,
so, very cool.
Yeah, and we throw a spec angle at things as well. You know, we're all collectors, but we fund our collection by selling comic books. So we're always on the lookout for something that's a potential bargain and has a future. And we kind of try to share what our personal experiences and what we're currently collecting and specking on.
And as you can see, we're both in our late 20s, so we've been around for a while. So we do kind of tend to get old manish about it. Like we were here for the first speculator bust. This is what we see happening. Beware. You hear a lot of that man stuff from us sometimes, to be honest.
Not bad.
Well, that killed the conversation.
No, I mean, let's be honest. We are also in our 20s, and ironically, we were all here during the first crash in the 90s in our respective mother's wombs, and also have some apprehension about the health of the market. And you know, I think it's kind of silly how people like the word speculation has been like a dirty word. I always kind of laugh at like it's like it doesn't make any goddamn sense. I mean, retailers are by their very nature speculators. You heard the Hive Comics guys talk about it very openly because they're honest and not duplicitous. But brick and mortar guys who suggest otherwise are just being dishonest. I mean, that's what you do when you order your books from Diamond. It's what you do when you're buying collections. I mean, it's kind of the nature of the beast, figuring out profit margins. And
there's no market in the world that speculation doesn't go on in, right? I mean, that's the world, right? I mean, you pick your market, right?
I was trying to think of one like, well, what about the prostitute? But no, I feel like there's got to be a little bit of a hunch game there too.
Yeah. I do think it's much different now than it was in 92. I think 92 you had I'm not going to point fingers at them, but a lot of baseball card shops that decided to jump the train. Yeah, I guess I'm going to point fingers. And you know, they didn't know how to run a business. It was, you know, I'm going to order 200 Tribe number ones. Guilty. And, you know, now second time around, we're like, okay, look at the print run. Do you like it? Number one. I mean, I love hearing you guys effuse about these covers and the art. That makes my heart swell like the Grinches at the end of the because that's what it's about, you know? So I do think it's different now.
Like stories can get stale. But good solid cover art, it doesn't matter. I mean, it could be 40 years down the road and it's still good art.
Yep.
You know.
Right.
Yeah. Now there's a groundswell of people who are suggesting that beautiful cover art is so common these days that the idea of classic modern covers is going to be kind of an anachronism here in a decade or so, and that it really is going to matter so much more whether or not books have first appearances or whatever, that we won't have, for example, like the Losh variants anymore, because every book has an amazing cover. Any of you guys have any thoughts about that?
Who are these sad, cynical bastards?
About half of the CBSI Facebook group, about half of the MeWe pages and private Google Hangouts that I'm a member of.
I mean, I can see the point. I don't agree with it. I think it's,
I tend not to either, but
it's the love of the hobby. And if the love of the hobby has left you to the point where you're bummed because covers look too good,
it's insane, right? Looking for a reason to cry about anything.
Yeah, maybe it's time to move on.
I was just thinking of that cover.
So this book right here, right, for me, and just for me, like, there's nothing inside that really matters, but this has got to be one of the most beautiful covers of the modern era, right? Ji Hong Lee, I mean, simply stunning. I think it'll always be in demand, no matter what happens, right? I mean, it's one of the modern gems, in my humble opinion. Feel free to disagree with me, but
high ratio variant,
right? And it's simply stunning. Yes, cover art is really, really good, but it forces everybody else to raise their game, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. And
100%.
Nobody should feel bad about chasing a book because they like the cover, right? I mean, it's
sounds like
art is a big part of this hobby. So
they're very sour grapes to me. I didn't get it, so I hate it.
Yeah, nowadays it's easier.
That's
to
a
make
big thing, John. John, we've never met, but that's the thing is sour grapes in this hobby is a real thing, right? I missed it, and it sucks because I missed it, right? That attitude is pretty toxic. I don't care for it, but it's real, right? It's a real thing. You hit right on it. So I'm with you.
That's why I hate high problem. No, wait. I'm
guys, they're the worst.
Nowadays, it's easier to make good covers than it was in the past. I mean, we've got software now that you can use to do backgrounds, and you can riff off your work better with the software that's out there. And Lee Hung, he did a number of covers. Also, I see a couple there behind you, where he's done other versions, and you can modify parts of it and all that kind of stuff. But excellent art is excellent art, and it's always going to bubble to the surface. I have probably the opposite of that book, which is this one.
I love that. That's brilliant. That's beautiful.
Yeah, this is going to be
right now.
This is going to be a modern classic when it comes to horror. I cannot tell you how difficult sometimes this is just to look at this thing, but it really evokes an emotion, and that is what you want to have from fabulous cover art, right? The story
Richard, I agree 100%. That cover is unique, and
Now, when McClay comes back, we got to get him to show you the predecessor.
Oh yeah.
He's got the foreign comic that was like the you got it, Brian? You can't hear me, Brian. Oh,
I'll find it. One sec.
All right. He's got the precursor to that book, and I don't want to tell his story for him. But I was just like, couldn't even imagine that two separate people could have the same fucking horrific idea in two separate continents at two separate decades in time.
By the way, this is the third show that Richard and I have dropped this cover in the middle of, and everybody had the same reaction.
It is, but it evokes an emotion.
What's it going for these days? Is it? It went from like 120 to 40. It's somewhere in the middle.
50 raw right now. Yeah,
50 raw.
But again, as far as horror covers, horror has really suffered in the last few years. This is one of those covers that really stands out in that kind of genre. So I see it being like one of those modern. Okay.
Shout out to Matt Roybal and his amazing foreign comic knowledge. If you guys aren't following Matt and the stuff that he's doing and Global Comic Safari, him and John Z have a great podcast where they talk about foreign comics. He showed this book in a chat, and I said, that is the most gnarly book I've ever seen in my life. I want it.
I do too.
And
I love his
goes-
fan who says
he-
a bad thing. Oh,
Yeah.
thanks.
he goes, you know, I have another podcast I do called, it's an interview show, like a kind of like Joe Rogan type show, called the Bogcast. That's Bogcast for everybody out there that want to check it out. He said to me, he goes, you know what, man, it's yours if you will display it on the shelf behind you on the Bogcast. So now every episode of the Bogcast, if you look behind me, there's a shelf. This book is sitting there in a frame.
All right. What country is it from?
Good question. Probably, I don't know.
It says Colombia, right?
Is it Colombia?
It's got a Y for Anne, so it's some Spanish speaking country.
Yeah. Traditional or traditions and leyendas. I can find my my
It's
husband.
got a dollar sign on the price.
But yeah, it is De La Colombia underneath.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it
I
looks
gotta find
like a conquistador when they came in and pillaged, right?
Yeah.
I always say
We're
it's William
definitely
Shakespeare.
we're definitely getting censored on YouTube. Just so you know that.
So now I can call the Department of Truth and QAnon variant freely.
You can say COVID-19. You can say you can say whatever the fuck you want.
But this is art.
No one will ever watch this video. If they're not here now, it's over.
The poor suppression algorithm's like it's got.
But again, this is art. It evokes an emotion, and that's what good art does.
Amen.
You know, so this is awesome. I love this cover.
I like to say it's William Shakespeare, and that's Shakespeare, not Shakespeare, for everybody in the know.
Oh my gosh.
It's a crazy cover, yeah. But anyways, that Department of Truth cover, I'm coming in late to the screen, to the conversation. The Department of Truth cover is fucking gnarly, and I'm really surprised that that even got out as a cover.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No question about it. Never thought it was going to get made. I didn't even bother to fucking pre-order it. I was like, well, they'll never publish that thing.
The return of the Comics Code Authority.
Yes.
Basically. Yeah.
It's comic.
So, Richard, the real question, I guess, is what'd you get at the show?
What did I get at the show?
Yeah. Let's play show and tell. What'd you get?
I don't. Well, do I have any of it down here? I was looking for.
Don't leave us in suspense.
Love and Rockets #1. I'm in the market for.
Okay, well, which version?
The Fantagraphics version from 1980.
So for people who are not aware, there's a black and white and a color of the first issue. Mm-hmm. Can you kind of explain this to them?
There's actually 3.
Yeah, the black and white has Bem on the cover, which is this monster. It's going for about $1,800.
That's the one I'm going after.
Yeah, I would love to find that one. But I was looking more after the Rogues Gallery cover, which is a color cover with all these different female characters, some superheroes, some wearing nightgowns. It's just a variety of different people and different walks of life. It's a really cool cover.
And then which one? The third one is the one that there was the warehouse find of?
Correct. Yep.
So
I'm trying to get you guys to answer the questions for me. I'm sorry.
The third one is the warehouse find one. It's got more of a cardstock cover, and not only that, there are multiple printings of issues 1 through 12 in particular. But yeah, Richard and I loved that book since I was managing the comic store where he would come in and buy the funny books.
Well,
yeah, it's funny. I had a copy of it years ago, but now I'm in this. I know this is a modern show, so I'm going to keep this short. But
not really. I mean, it's kind of a euphemism for the market we're in. You know what I mean? Yeah. Everybody here buys all kinds of stuff.
Right now, there's a bunch of. I'm kind of playing catch up on buying back some of those books from the 80s that I enjoyed, and now it seems the market is turning towards, like Turtles. Teenage Mutant Turtles #1 has just, and the whole series of those first 4 books have just gone through the roof recently. So I'm playing catch up, trying to buy those books back before they become completely out of reach. But one of the other things I was looking for, I'm speccing hard on Star Wars books. So Dr. Aphra's first appearance, which is Darth Vader #3. Been going around and picking those up when they're inexpensive. because I have a feeling that that character is going to show up in one of Disney Plus's properties here. They're going broad in the next year. I think they're coming out with a number of Star Wars stories, and Dr. Aphra as well as Ahsoka Tano are going to be characters that are going to play a big role in Star Wars future. So,
totally, Disney's going to go all in on Disney Plus, and the spec content is going to be mind blowing. So I think that's brilliant, really smart.
Yeah. So I've been picking up her. For anyone who doesn't know, number 3. This is of Darth Vader. This is the first appearance of Dr. Aphra.
That's the A cover.
This
first
is the
print.
A cover, right? There is a variant cover of this, which goes for a lot more. That's fairly hard to get at a reasonable price. I got this one actually. One of the dealers at the show was selling issues 1 through 6 as a set for $40.
What?
So, yeah, $40. I was reluctant to open the pack to look at the condition because I didn't want to clue the guy in that I was looking for something specific. So I bought a sight unseen, and it ended up being a really nice cover.
My man.
Yeah.
Well
Good
done.
score. Good score.
Yeah. So anybody who's looking for a good Star Wars spec, this is still reasonable. I would buy it before it becomes, an Ahsoka Tano
there
type.
we go. There's
Yeah,
one.
that's the variant cover.
1 in 25.
Yeah.
Is that her on the cover? I've heard debate. Is that
Yes.
that?
Yeah, that's her.
If they'd flip flop of those damn covers, that 1 in 25 would be like twice as expensive. And I don't know why, but people like the A cover better. And then they printed the shit out of it. There's 3 printings of the A cover?
Yeah. I bought a
There
second
are 4.
print,
There's
which is
4.
Second print's red, third print's green, fourth print's purple, I think it is.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. So yeah, they're out there. And like I said, buy them now because in a year from now, I don't think they're going to be as affordable.
Nice.
Other stuff I was looking for. Now this is totally for you, Mr. Longshort. Been spending hard on Gwenpool. This is a book that I neglected to buy, and all of a sudden I'm seeing some spikes on this thing, so I figured, shit, I better buy them while I can still afford them.
You ready? I bought a copy too. Same show.
Yep. It's for
You guys are killing me. You guys are killing me.
Throw that up, Nico.
I bought same show. Same show, same book.
Right. Yep.
I went back and bought this at the end because I was like, I made like a lap. I didn't see the 9.8, and then I was like, I'm gonna be mad if I don't go buy that book. So I went back and bought the. I was happy I got it. Absolutely.
No, it's good. It's a good spec. I mean, she's another character I see Marvel. If they want to have a female version of Deadpool, if they want to do that kind of tongue-in-cheek, break the fourth wall, but with a female character, Gwenpool is the only thing that you're really, maybe She-Hulk. But that's a strong character for that kind of show. And again, Marvel is going to go deep with Disney Plus, I think. So I think it's a good spec right now to start picking up her keys.
She's gone from kind of a joke to maybe one of the most interesting characters Marvel's got. And I think right now they're sitting on her. They don't know where to go with it. Like they're kind of just stuck with her right now. But yeah, brilliant. I agree.
Well, it's because the comic was good, right? The comic's actually enjoyable.
They got better. Like it kind of started out okay, and it was one of those comics that they got meaningfully better right before they canceled it. But yeah, no, it's definitely worth a reread if anybody hasn't read it. It's actually really interesting.
Yeah, and the good thing with her stuff too is like undeniably the Secret Wars is the book to have as far as her character is concerned. But even the Ron Lim sketch variant of
it's funny that you say that. I bought one of those too.
Yeah,
they didn't have the color one that goes for $400.
Well, here's the thing though. The sketch one is I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to that book in particular. I have because I have a
stack of them.
Embarrassing amount of that book, but I've probably got 60 copies of that book.
Nice
sketch one. Gotta love Midtown sales on Marvel back issue. But,
amen.
but that one, I mean, 9/8 on that book have been creeping and hitting. I mean, they've been hitting 150 on up for what is supposed to be not an important cover for that series or that book.
Gwenpool's kind of become like the hipster comic collector book,
unquestionably.
right? She's got so many just obscure little books here and there.
Hold on. I grabbed another one. Let me see. Speaking of obscurity, Gwenpool, it's obscurities that's not worth anything, but add it to Brian McClay, hipster pick. That's McClay's hipster pick, right?
Yeah,
your book, Brian.
Yeah, great covers.
I love that book. That book is absolutely gorgeous. It's fun. Lupacino kills it with Gwenpool art. And she's in a freaking toy crane, thing. Like who as a kid didn't want to try and jump in one of those if you didn't jump in one?
I like this one too. I've been kind of on this kick where I look at books like trends that got tired. So hip hop's right early on. Action figure variants where retailers started to order less of them because they just kind of got fatigued on them. But I think this is also another really smart play if you like Gwenpool. I mean, you can find this for next to cover right out there. So why not pick it up? I think it's a pretty cool cover, and I think this trend in general for Marvel's younger generation. So Scotty Young on Marvel's younger generation is a pretty smart play, right? So there's.
Yeah, I was mad that I had to pay $5 for this one. I thought that was a little steep.
I think the thing to remember with spec though is a lot of times those trends, you look at them and you're like, yeah, it was a trend several years ago. But the thing is like a lot of times those come back. They swing back around, and it's when they hit that basis of unpopularity is the time to be snagging them up.
Right.
Yeah, our buddy Steve talks about a spec as never dying, only resting.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's a very cyclical kind of collection.
Yeah.
Things go into fashion. We had all the die cut covers in the 90s, and they have come back to.
I'll give you a good example of like never dying, only resting. You'll never fucking believe what I bought today. Or how much I paid for it. I won't even admit how much I fucking paid for it.
Howard the Duck #1 from 1975.
I got enough of those. Don't worry. But I would still be buying them. I like Howard the Duck. But anyway, I bought unbelievably that. Now here.
Oh my god, that's my favorite.
Well, now here's why, right? You're like, well, why the fuck would you buy that? Because it's the newsstand that's printed on different paper.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like it's not the card stock. It's like actual paper.
Mm-hmm. What you paid for it?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Against my better judgment, I paid $40 for that. $40.
I think that was a deal.
You think
I have
got
a
deal?
feeling. I think that might be Greg Capullo's very first Batman art.
Yeah, definitely is.
So that's another really, really dope book to have.
It's the book that
first.
when I was a kid, this was all I wanted. I wanted these two characters to somehow fight, right? Like I wanted a plot together. And, when Batman hit him in the face with a batarang, and they sewed it up with a shoelace, I was like, that's the greatest thing that's happened in comics in forever.
So Miller. So how many, I think you got a deal on it, because out of everyone in this room and in the chat, how many people knew that a newsstand version even existed?
I gotta check mine. Like I was a newsstand kid growing up. Half my books
they're floppy. You'll know immediately if it's not cardstock. That's the key.
I had no clue a newsstand of that existed. So
same. No way.
Yeah, I got problems. I'm sorry.
No, I think you got
serious comic.
We all got problems from the show.
That's a good point. That's a good point. All right, what else did you pick up, Richard? We want to know. Don't act like you went there and bought 3 books. We're not buying.
No. I bought multiples of Star Wars. I bought a couple a couple EC reprints because I'm big into the EC stuff. I bought them really just to read. And I had a nice conversation over at Bill's because he was selling them.
Bill's a good dude.
Yeah, he had a nice conversation with
Shout
him.
out to Bill's Books, who every time I see him, he's like, I don't know if I need to let you shop here. Go away. But lets me do it anyway.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to remember what else did I buy. It was one of those shows where things were overpriced, and some people were willing to negotiate that, and other people just stuck to their guns with their overpriced books, and I left them there. If
Yeah, no, your takeaway was mine. I thought when we talked about that before the show, I was like, the comics were appropriately priced at market. Like my absolute favorite statement by someone is when they're like, I price things off eBay. And I was like, well, if I wanted to fucking pay eBay prices, I'd have stayed at my house. I drove 2 hours to come here. Right. The fuck?
Richard, I'm looking at your brag text that you sent me from earlier. I can tell you what else you bought.
Oh,
my man.
You bought another Planet Comics #1 Dave Stevens cover.
Oh, wow. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I snagged that as soon as I saw it.
You got it? You got it handy?
If you give me a minute, I can run upstairs and grab it.
Yeah, that's one. That's one you don't see all the time, and one I think people would enjoy.
He's a big Dave Stevens cover collector, so every time he sees those, he snags them.
Right? Who isn't?
Right?
What the hell else did I grab there? So I got a question. Is this the tough to get one?
Richard would know for sure.
We need a chat. Where's somebody from the
That's
chat?
The Moon Girl Devil Dinosaur number 7 variant, and I couldn't remember. Believe me, Moon Girl's not my steez.
I don't think it is. I don't think it's the one you're thinking it is.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I was trying to. Richard, can we go big on him?
Yeah.
Let's see here if I can figure that out. Oh.
That's way cool.
Yeah, is that the greatest?
Yeah, he did this Planet Comics cover. Planet Comics are also great, but just Dave Stevens in general, he's my favorite artist. Rocketeer, things like that. Oh. So
that's not phallic at all.
No, not at all. So I buy that stuff straight up. Then I've got the second print for the Star Wars and a couple of, like I was talking about, some EC reprints just because I love EC. And probably Starling. I think this is a character that has some real potential for Miles. So and Champions too. So this is I got this one as well.
Oh yeah, I got that Champions 1 in 100 coming soon for it. Oh, sweet. Should be.
Yeah.
So I love the Afra books. I think you're spot on with Afra. I pick up those Afra books whenever I see them too. I also pick up any of the later issues of Afra. I like some of the variants in that. There are some gorgeous covers in that run that a lot of people don't realize that are very rare.
Yeah, so this is that. Okay, that's the 1 in 15.
Mm.
Nice.
But you can't buy them anymore. And now here's the question, and I don't know the answer to this. I wish Mel was here; he would know the answer to this. I think that is either the last book or the first book. I hope it's not the first one, where they started giving retailers that were doing the retailer incentives the ratio variance on top of it, right? Like, that was
Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur.
Do you know what if I'm right?
It was the issue where it has the moon and the moon has a face too.
That was later. Yeah, that was like 18 or something.
Yeah, okay, good. So it is the right one. All right. Sorry about that. That was like, did I remember hearing other people that actually know and care about something when they said it or not?
Yeah, shout out to Mighty Mel V, who's a big fan of Moon Girl, man.
Yeah, no question about it. Now, let me ask you this.
Not the dinosaur.
Not the
part,
dinosaur
just
part.
the-
Yeah,
he
he
does
don't
not
believe in
believe in
them.
dinosaurs or magic.
Where was
Neither
Phil
of them
tonight?
are
Why
real.
isn't he on? What has he got going on?
Very
He was up
disappointing.
till 7 a.m. doing a podcast last night.
I'm still disappointed. My feelings are hurt. They just are. All right. What else did you buy, Richard?
Oh no, that really was it.
That's all she wrote?
Yeah, again, the prices. I didn't pay whatever the cover is on any of this stuff. I negotiated with the seller.
I hear that.
But for the most part, there wasn't anything that was really exciting. I went there looking, hopefully, to find some of the more obscure books that are on my want list, and there was just a lot of standard trope kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Tons.
You didn't hit like the $2 bins or any of that stuff?
No, it didn't go through those very much, to be honest with you. There were a lot of people who had $2 bins out, but and
it took me all day, but I found one at the end. Thank you, Sleepy John. I overpaid for some shit though. Legitimately, I just did. I'll kick myself in the ass for it. But like things I grabbed out of $2 bins that I think I did pretty well with, shockingly. Like these MODOK assassin ratios, $2 a piece.
nice.
Yeah. This is the better one, I think. That one. You guys looking forward to that Patton Oswalt TV show or no?
Is it still going? I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a go. And I don't think you can put Gwenpool anywhere but in the MODOK show.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Right? I mean, that's
would
the only
be awesome.
because it's not a big enough thing that it would like be problematic to ink the deal with to the extent that Sony's got some amount of rights to Gwen Stacy as a property that isn't trumped by a Deadpool moniker. Put her like as a pseudo character on TV, and you don't have to worry about the kind of like history of it all. But I don't really know. The other crap I grabbed was like I overpaid for that. Paid $15 for it. I won't forgive myself. Really overpaid for this. Paid $40 for it. Definitely won't forgive myself.
Why'd you pay $40 for that?
The Long Halloween #1?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's going to be the basis of the.
Is it a newsstand? Is there something
the
special
Batman
about it?
film? No.
That book's going for $40 right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because of the option news, yeah.
Yeah.
It's such a good Batman story.
Grabbed one of these.
It is.
Nice. Yeah.
This is fucking gorgeous too, for the record.
Grab those last issues of all those various Dark Horse Star Wars series. The last issues are super tough. And if you start looking, you see that there's little spikes happening on some of those.
I agree.
They printed like 3 copies of each one. I mean,
Particularly Tales and Knights of the Old Republic.
Right.
Been grabbing these now that there's like clone rumors. Grabbed a Cry for Dawn #1. They're bronze guys.
Fake or real?
Yeah.
No, she's the real deal.
Does it have the crosses in the clouds?
Yeah, she's the real deal. Yeah.
How much you pay for that? I've always wanted one of those.
$75. I think I'd negotiate it down to 50.
Not bad.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah. And then I grabbed that for $50 too.
Ooh.
I saw
This one,
that.
this one's just freaking gorgeous. Like I was just shocked at how cheap it was.
Why did he have it for?
I had no fucking idea.
Yeah.
But I was like,
I know exactly
please
what
and
you're-
thank you, and I'll take that, and just didn't look back.
Richard is at shows walk away from a dealer's table so fast, like okay, I got the books.
Yeah, that's good. Grabbed a bunch of G.I. Joe stuff. I've been grabbing G.I. Joe books. This is the only one of those variants I need, so I snagged it. These are all like $2.
Ooh, I love that
know,
ultimate.
I don't know
book.
why that was $3. I was like, thanks, I'll take that for $3. Overpaid for that. Again,
Oh,
sometimes
nice.
I just buy stuff for my friends.
What's overpaying for that?
$20. Grab that one.
Yeah.
Never a bad idea.
Yeah. What was that?
I
What
get-
was that going for? I've got a few of them, so I
The
was
Michelangelo's, $20. It's real nice. I mean, it's real nice.
Yeah, that one's starting to show some heat thanks to the Last Ronin.
Ronin stuff. $2. I forget what the character's name is. Somebody can help me.
Ultimates,
$2. $2.
Good score.
$2.
That's a new stand. That's a good one.
$2. I got 2 newsstands.
Nice.
Yeah, $2. I almost didn't buy it for $2. Sleepy yelled at me. Sleepy put it back. $2. $2. I know, right? $2. $2. $2. $2. You know shit's cheap when I'm buying ratios variants of Secret Wars, for Christ's sake. $2. $2. $2, and I didn't even remember this cover, but I think I'm in love with it.
Holy shit. I don't remember that one either, but that is awesome.
Particularly because he'll be all over the TV show.
Holy shit. Nico, I don't think I've ever seen that one. That's a good one.
Nice.
Buddy.
Our Love Story #1 homage cover.
Yeah. $2. I like the X-Men 92s, not like the bubble gums, but still.
Come on,
$2.
only if they're blowing bubbles.
$2. I take them every chance I can get. $2. It's a second print. That's why I grab them. I'm down for all the later printings on these. $2. And then again, who is this character? Someone can somebody tell me? Alloy. $2. $2 for Alloy, and I'm done. Yeah.
Who's Alloy?
Great fucking question. I can blame Mel for that one too. It was a spec that went nowhere, but what do they say? Spec never dies, it just rests.
Yeah, like
were these $2 boxes waist high or were they on the floor?
So no, I didn't have a tactical advantage, although I am 5'6" and love to get down on the floor.
I can't.
When they say real thugs get down on the floor, I think what they mean is small people bend over easily. Finagle around larger people.
My knees can't take doing the dollar box bins on the floor anymore. I wish.
I asked him to bring him up top for me, man. I play the old man.
Good. Okay, so here we go. Here I got a question for everybody at the table. Amazing Fantasy 15, the Amadeus show, not Amazing Fantasy 15. High grade 380. What do you think? High grade, like
I still think it's a shit book. Why even spec on that book? That book's I don't see any real like end game with that character.
I'll push back a little bit, Ryan. Like that book, there's only one way to play it, right? There's like 14,000 ordered by retailers, something in that neighborhood, right? There's no variants, there's no second prints. There is a newsstand, which is even tougher. Like Amadeus Cho seems to be something that they want to work with at Marvel. Now that's a lot of money. 380 raw. Is that what you were saying, Brian, on that? That's a big ticket, but I don't know. I mean, like,
what's a 9.6? Anybody know? Off the top of their head?
$300, $400.
No, I think it's more than that now.
Yeah, it's gotta be. I know. 9.8.
Oh, they're more than that.
I think it's closer to $1,000 actually. If I'm not
for a 9.6.
Yeah.
Brian,
get the fuck out of here.
Brian, do you remember the old Weekend Update with Dan Aykroyd and Jane Curtin? Brian, you ignorant slut.
I used to watch that. I remember being a kid.
All right, I'm checking out GPA.
And I think it was like Nick at Night or something finally got the ability to play old Saturday Night Lives. And they did like a where they played all the episodes after each other. What do they call that?
Marathons.
Marathon. Yeah. Cannabis, guys. Cannabis. Marathons. And I remember watching that whole early run. Me and my brother laughing our asses off. I watched some of it a couple months ago. Terrible.
Oh yeah, it really grew in stature over the years as being much funnier than it was.
Yes.
But yeah, you remember when Dan they had counterpoint and Dan. Brian, ignorant slut. Amadeus Cho is a killer character. Greg Pak is awesome. I'm going to defend Amazing Fantasy 15. I think if I could grab a 9.6 for $380, I would have grabbed it while we were talking on this podcast. In the background.
Out of here.
That's a newsstand. That's a newsstand. That newsstand is like one of them.
Right.
So like, I don't know, boys. I'm just rolling through these.
960 at 475. There's a 9.6 for $170. Are you not organized by date?
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm working on a bad date. I just sold listings. This is date.
Somebody blew one out at $170, dude.
Yeah, I would have bought
deal.
Yeah.
For sure.
I'd have fucking paid
$170
$170 for a 9.6 though.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody on the panel wouldn't, right?
What about that Origin, that incredible Hercules book?
That's one I'm big on. I don't know if you guys will ever watch our podcast. I'm a big Herc guy, number one. But number two, I'm a big Greg Pak guy. We talk about reading books and important characters. He is a great world builder, Greg Pak. He writes really funny shit. He does, Champions was all built up around his characters. New Agents of Atlas, Old Agents of Atlas. Every Agents of Atlas was Greg Pak. And this stuff is getting optioned in China. There's a big deal in China with Marvel. I don't know if you guys have read the news and Variety and stuff where they have
100%, John, 100%.
That's why they're doing these Asian characters. They're not doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. Disney is not a unanimous company that's like, we should be doing things to be right. No, they love money. And this is money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Shout out to Gary Nusser. He says Pac is underrated. I agree, but not that Pac.
Listen,
I love
Gary. Either hop on the show or come on, man. Where are you? Let's patch him in. Let's patch
Mastermind Excello stuff. Yes, the Mastermind Excello stuff.
That entire Amazing Fantasy run is filled with gems. Like, not everything's going to blow up, but like Vampire by Night was another character that has potential. It was a tryout book. It was like the Marvel premiere, Marvel Spotlight of the early 2000s, and there's a lot of real first appearances and super low print run. No one gave a crap about that book. Nobody saved it. It was dollar bin material the minute it came out, so they're all bent to hell. So if you find high grade copies of any Amazing Fantasy Aranya stuff, grab it.
I agree. I looked at the prices of some of those.
Is this the one you were talking about, John?
That's it.
I think that's a pretty good play, to be honest with you.
And there's 2 covers to that issue.
There's 2 covers?
There's an A and a B. There's an Art Adams cover as well.
No shit. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can somebody pull that up? That'd be great to see.
You can go. What's the issue number? I can go dig it out right now.
It's 133.
You're right back.
Yeah, I'm a big Art Adams fan.
Yeah, I didn't care like 0%. Now I care. I'm like, there's an Art Adams cover I haven't seen. I would like to see that.
I had no idea.
Someone who showed me the Art Adams cover.
Yeah. He's doing a lot of the character spotlight covers for Strange Academy. So if you Strange Academy is a great series. But I buy.
Richard, I think you hit on that. I think those character spotlight covers are a really, really smart play. I don't know what they're being ordered relative to the rest of the print run, but I think those character spotlights are actually layups in there. They're not ratios; they're just regular variants. So I think that's a good play.
Yeah,
you enjoy Strange Academy?
I do. It's a good, simple, easy to digest story without a whole lot of controversy. Some of Marvel stuff gets really deep and dark. It's a great story if you're looking for a screenplay for a TV show, for example. So that's what I'm really specking on it. I think it's going to be optioned at some point, and Marvel's going to make something out of those characters, especially with Doctor Strange being so prevalent in the next phase of the MCU.
I think it's brilliant. I mean, I've been reading Strange Academy, and I think it's amazing. Like, I enjoy it. I think there's a lot of potential for it, and the story, the book in and of itself, outside of its potential, is just a good read. And there's some really great characters in there. So.
Yeah, all new characters.
John, it's the moment of truth.
I'm full of crap. This is it.
Well, that's the one I just showed.
Credibility out the window.
We're back to it not being fucking interesting to me.
The early issues.
Amadea Herculesa, who?
The early issues do all have A and B covers, one by Art Adams, and then there's like a John Romita Jr.
No, there's an A and B cover for that one, isn't there?
Is there really?
Yeah, I know there is.
Oh, you guys are killing me.
Here's how I know that.
It's like the presidential elections. I'm up, I'm down, I'm up, I'm down, I'm up, I'm down.
Yeah, there's the B cover for that one. I think that might be the B cover.
Validation. Yeah, because I don't remember this cover, but I have it. So there's that.
Yeah.
This is 133.11, so this is the A cover.
Okay,
I'm
there
the
you
guy
go.
that doesn't have a copy
If
of this
it's a B
fucking book.
cover, I'd love to see
What's
it.
happening right now? I'm surrounded.
There is the B cover. I know there is.
Here's another Amazing
There you
Fantasy
go.
15.
Oh, come on,
that's-
man.
Shout out to our
Come
shout out
on. Why you
shout out-
gotta do that?
That's a
I
shout
want
out
one of
to
those
Parallel.
so bad.
Parallel
Yeah.
Universe in Turkey.
Richard
Who
just
did
Yeah,
this
it's a
book.
Turkish. But
Hold
I
on.
love the cover. I mean, this is one of those books I bought for the cover. It's I've actually got two of this because I got them at a reasonable price.
I actually.
But
What's a reasonable price? Because they're going for like $300 raw.
Yeah, I paid $300 for the first one, and then I went back and bought a second one from the same dealer.
And there's only 240 of them.
250 is supposed to be the print run for this book. So I have two of these. They're both signed. So definitely. So if you come across these, if I would recommend buying them because I think they're a good investment.
Now add this to the
Those aren't
list
cheap,
of.
man. I've looked. Those are tough, man.
Well, and here's the thing, right? So
For
Marvel
those of you
make
guys-
these guys buy 3,000 copies of a book if they want to do a variant,
Well,
right? But
Real
not if
quick.
you're in Turkey.
so
Can you explain that, Brian?
well, real quick, I want to talk about Parallel Universe because you brought them up. I have a couple of those
Super
Spider-Gwen,
good dudes.
Yeah, those Spider-Gwen books ready to go out to hopefully get graded. I gotta make sure that one of them isn't less than a 9.8 material because I really like that book. But they recently put out a bunch of books that we really got lucky with, and these Darth Maul Virgin variants.
Ooh.
That is gorgeous.
And you can only get these. These are the Turkish variants. They're really hard to find now. You guys can see they put I like how they do things. They're smaller.
Brian, is that
because
smaller than a regular comic?
it is. All their books are smaller because European books are most of the time smaller. Panini, I think, has some hand in printing these over there. So here is the store. That's the name of the store over there in Turkey.
Yeah.
And they are sold out of the malls. They're 100% sold out. Here is a Hulk book that they did. They did four. Yeah, they did 4 variants of this. They actually signed it for Tales from the Flipside, which is cool. So,
Wow.
That's nice.
yeah. So this is the X-23 one. This is the Weapon X Maestro one or whatever, Weapon M or whatever. And then they also did the normal. And then
Is
they
that like a
did
shattered one or something?
they did a special Virgin variant. And on these Virgin variants, they put white covers on them so you didn't mess them all up. So the white cover is just like a paper material, I guess. And then these are silver, all like a matte silver and a matte green Virgins. But here's the book that I really like. And this is the Darth Maul Virgin variant they did. All black cover. I love getting sketches on all black covers. It's got the foil on top. Super hard to get. I think some of these might still be available on eBay, but definitely not these ones. These are the Darth Maul ones. These are
those are
definitely
gorgeous.
Final
Yeah.
tap.
Brian, that's good stuff, man.
yeah, and they're good people. They ship better than anybody that I've had stuff shipped to me, and it's from Turkey. They're as soon as you order something, they're very contact, like they get a hold of you and say, hey, this is when it's, they're very friendly, I'll say that. And they put out good books. So
Yeah, and you reminded me when you said the other thing I grabbed at the con was this.
Oh, is that the ash can?
Yeah, because the guy, I had to come home. He didn't have a bag and board for it, and I didn't have time to cut out the Life magazine. Well, no, dude. So that's the Life magazine. You know what I mean? Use it for like Warrior magazines and stuff. But
I use it for pressing.
Yeah, or for pressing. Thank you. Yeah, both. But the point is, he didn't, and he had like it in a silver bag with the top of it sticking out, and I'm like, this this is a fucking disaster waiting to happen. Like, make it stop. So I get in my trunk of my car and I find like a box lid and I stick it in the box lid. I'm like, let's just hope this thing, I can't stop too quick. It's going to go just firing across the car. That'll be the end of my book. So
that's a great pickup. I would have bought that if I had seen it.
Any of you guys get any of these yet?
I got two. I love that cover, Brian. I love that cover.
My Keurig gave out today, and I'm going to Walmart after this to get a new one. And I thought I was going to go to Best Buy. I was like, I'm going to go to Walmart because I want to get that Champions figure.
Well, if you go to Walmart and you see any of these, hit me up.
Okay, what are they?
Hey, listen,
any sports trading cards.
I know nothing about cards.
No.
Get me off of what to buy.
All right, you guys.
Sports ball.
So this stuff is
Brian has a crack problem.
I do have a crack problem. It's called cards.
It's gold, man.
And it's very cold out right now. It's very cold out right now because they are so goddamn hard to find. Because for some reason with this pandemic, printing has gotten less and people have lost jobs. So they're, just like the bots are ruining comics, bots are ruining cards. So I can't get cards anymore unless I get them in retail. And all the retail places by me are completely empty 24/7.
Are they?
Shout out.
Hey, Brian, are those Panini? Like who makes
these? Are so Panini. I explained this the other night on chat, and this is very important for people to know. Back in when we were growing up, cards, any company could make cards. The license was open. So Topps made football, basketball, baseball. Score made football, basketball. Upper Deck made all 4 sports. Now there's only one license available for each sport. So only one company does football, and that's Panini, and only one company does basketball, and that's Panini. Wow. Topps has the rights to do baseball, and Upper Deck has the rights to do hockey. So that's crazy. Like Upper Deck doesn't even make a baseball card anymore.
Upper Deck, what happened?
Yeah.
Brian, did you chance to get into those Project 2020?
I did get into the Project 2020, and those first couple runs on those Project 2020 were crazy. But did you guys get into them too?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Let me ask you something, and this is very, very honest question. What do you think of the design on those?
Oh, it depends on the card.
Hit and miss.
Ugly.
I'll tell you what. The biggest issue. So they got some amazing artists to do those cards, and for you guys that aren't doing the sports card thing, imagine this with a comic book cover, right? They basically got these world-renowned artists to do these cards. Their own renditions of these.
I'll bring them up while you're talking.
But I don't think there was a single card that they ran the image anywhere near the edge of the card.
Oh.
So the image was always dwarfed on the card, which took away so much from the aesthetics on these things that I think they were so close to really hitting a home run with these cards and the idea, but they just stopped at 80%. They were just like, yeah, let's, we're going to go most of the way here and get some solid talent on this. And then let's just not give them the entire canvas to work with.
Ermsey, I like Ermsey.
Yeah, Ermsey's got good cards.
Yeah, but some of these artists are great, but they're just really not good card designs. And I really like how Topps does this with these special cards where they only print, as many that get. Do they do this like the living set where they only print so many?
Yeah, you got like 48 hours.
Yeah, and
yeah.
It's the artist proof that you want that are limited to 20, and then the regular version, it's just as many as they sell out in the 48 or whatever.
But everybody remembers the 87 Topps baseball design, and everybody remembers the 87 Topps McGuire. But this is kind of what they did, and as the guy said, they got these really good artists, these really well-known artists to do versions of the cards. And this one isn't too bad. I just I'm not a fan of them all.
I like JK5's cards quite a bit.
Who's this?
Early cards he threw in like the Star Wars.
Oh yes.
lasers shooting out of his eyes and like
Star Wars references and all of his cards. Yeah, he's a really pleasant guy to chat with too. I think we both messaged him back and forth a few times.
Yeah, here's the Jackie Robinson JK5.
Yeah. There may be sometime down the road if schedules work out right. There might be a Hive Comics JK5 cover.
Ooh,
so
nice.
We know the dude digs Star Wars, so we might have some plans in the works with him down the road.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
this looks nothing like baseball cards when I was.
No. Well, so here, the cards that I just showed you, those basketball and football cards. Let me.
Oh, he doesn't care.
Hey, Brian.
There we go. We're on the show. What took so long?
Guys. These are absolutely gorgeous cards. Nowadays, I mean, you guys can see there's the base card, and then they have these like variants in the card world, right? And these are the variants. You can see the gorgeous design in the background.
Wow.
Like it's a green prism. These are this is the orange prisms.
You remember the Billy Ripken fuckface?
I have a Billy Ripken fuckface card on the top of a cello pack, unopened.
Oh wow!
It was on the bottom of his bat, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I used that card like 15 times. I'm not a card guy, but like they blacked it out, they whited it out, they did all sorts of things.
Yeah, the world versions.
Yeah, the black box. And,
they did a scribble. I think the white scribble is the hardest one to find in that set. But more than that, let me go get it real quick. I'll be right back.
Go get that fuck face.
Yeah, I hear cards are like a cutthroat market too.
Oh, they are.
It's brutal. It's brutal, man. Like, me and Brian started pre-pandemic. Started getting into comics or into cards, and it was just slippery slope. I don't have the card collection anymore at like behind me, but it was boy oh boy, like it's out of control. Like, you're buying retail or you're buying hobby boxes at $300 or $400, and like Panini when we were doing like big Panini rips at hobbies, like you would get like a Darius Miles autograph. Who the fuck wants a Darius Miles autograph? I mean,
yeah.
It was brutal. I mean,
here you go. Remember this guy?
It's pronounced Kuntz.
Yeah. All right. So you guys remember what the Billy Ripken card looked like? The Simpsons did a special version of this card, and don't let the cat out of the bag if you guys know it. It's very hard to find. It's Willie the Duke Dipkin from the Isotopes, the Springfield Isotopes. And look at the bottom of the bat. It says fish face.
Yeah, great.
It's even got the card back. So this is a tough card to find, especially this version, the P4 version. Very, very rare special that they gave out, I think, at San Diego Comic Con one year as a freebie, and people just trashed them. So anyways, so cards nowadays are just really hard to find, and I want to give a shout out to Closet Geek, a listener, who sent me these boxes at cost. Which was, he knew how bad I was fiending, and he found some in his store and he sent them to me at cost. And this is kind of cool. I have a couple more that I'm gonna open here later on tonight, but this is what I pulled out of them. And I know this is a modern comic stuff, but I want to show you guys how gorgeous these cards. This was an autograph. This is that Seiko kid from the Detroit. Beautiful autograph.
Seiko Nubaya or whatever.
Yeah. This is the Tyler Hero kid with a beautiful prism. Here's the Ja Morant, beautiful prism. And then this is a different type of prism. As you guys can see, it's got like a water in the background. But here's the good card that I got. Now in these, they call these hanger boxes. And in these hanger boxes come special cards you can only get in the hanger boxes, and they're variations. They're like variants. And this is the Zion Williams variation, Zion Williamson. So this kid is the LeBron James of this year's rookie crop.
So Brian's going to sell that and buy another house.
No.
those Prism cards are giving me very Quasar and Namor 50 vibes.
Yes. And then he sent me a box of football too, 2 boxes of football at cost, and I pulled a Joe Burrow rookie. So I was very excited. Shout out to Closet Geek. Thank you so much for that. You don't know how much fun I had last night on Drunken Chat opening those live. And you could see it was like I kept on telling people the reason why I love cards, and I didn't get back into cards until a couple years ago. And the reason why I love cards is because it takes me back to as a kid when my pops would take me, to the different Circle K's and stuff looking for this.
Oh yeah.
And this is what got me into cards. And my dad used to take me to these card shops, and he was my lucky charm, because any packs that he would pull, I would get something good out of it. So after that point, 7 years old, my dad had to go with me to the card shop every time to, rub that heat on those packs. You know what I mean? Like a gambler.
That's good stuff, Brian.
That's why I love cards. I think that's another reason why we love comics. It's nostalgia. It takes us back to being a kid again, where we didn't have any worries. The only worries we had was what type of cereal, whether it was Captain Crunch or Trix, on Saturday morning, right? That was the only worries we had. Yeah. And that's why we love that shit. So shout out to Closet Geek. I really can't say thank you enough.
And,
all right, let's get back into comics.
And Nico has changed his appearance.
Nico left, so I take over. I'm his assistant. I usually yell shit at him while he's on here. But he told me to came up to say hi to Jonathan. I've been buying books from him since he was at Anomaly. I've got them Peach Momoko Mercies at Undone by Blood. So I just wanted to come up and say what's up to him.
What's up, man?
What's up, buddy?
How are you?
Yeah, good. George, I'm mostly he thinks I'm his assistant. Really, I want to choke him sometimes.
Yeah, but you save him from places like the murder house. Like from what I hear, you were like bodyguard number 1 at the murder house.
If you would have been there, I took a video. I don't know if he sent it to you, Brian, but like if you'd have seen this house, there would have been no way you would have think the books we pulled out of there.
Well, let's talk about this real quick, because not a lot of people know about the murder house necessarily. You and Nico went into a house where basically Nico, the way Nico explains it, it was like that old board game Mousetrap where you're like jumping like
it was trash. We climbed through it. This dude was a hoarder, plus there was like 4 people living in this house, but they had it sectioned off. And he had to climb in and like climb through trash and who knows what else is in there, garbage piled up the walls, up to the attic. And the guy was like, it was so messy and stuff. I couldn't get up there and be able to get up through the slot. So I waited, and he just starts pulling these boxes, going through them. Well, then the next weekend we went, and the guy wouldn't let us go back through the house because I was actually going to go in and videotape it. So we waited. He put a ladder onto the roof, climbed up onto the roof with Nico, climbed into the attic and pulled out a big plastic crate and like a couple other boxes of books. Brings them down, and we start going through them. And I forget, like Howard the Duck #1, a couple of them, G.I. Joe #1.
Giant Size X-Men #1.
Yeah, Giant Size X-Men #1. It was crazy.
First Black Panther.
Yeah, first appearance of Black Panther. It was ridiculous, and you could tell this dude was on drugs or because he wanted cash. Ridiculous. I think we only gave him like both trips we went. It was like probably a little less than 500. To tell you the truth.
And he was happier than a pig in shit.
Yeah, and legitimately like.
You should have brought him a pig in shit. Here.
Yeah.
He probably had one in there.
Yeah, the books we pulled out of there was crazy. I couldn't because we was going over there and I was like, because he pulled all these, the first appearance and she was showing me like, I think it was like what was it? The Punisher, the Punisher #1 and all kinds of stuff. And a lot of these are newsstands.
Yeah. It was
So I'm
crazy.
like, I cannot believe you found these. And then we're going back over, and I was like, dude, wouldn't that be some shit? We pulled out a giant size X-Men. He's like, I doubt it. So we're going through him, and he's giant size X-Men #2. And I was like, no way. Well, then he's like sitting on the ground, like going through him, and I see him when he's flipping them. And I was like, dude, right there. And he pulls it, and he was like, man, I couldn't believe it. You know what I mean? We go every Saturday, me and him every morning from, where we're from in Wheeling. We drive like at the most 3-4 hours away and just hit random shops.
I'm so jealous of being able to do that.
And it's crazy the stuff. Like I'm all right, you know what I mean? I'm better with like some of the modern books, picking that or think, you know what I mean? But the memory this man has, like I'll pull stuff and then I'll be yelling at him in the store, hey, what about this? Because I go by covers.
Mm-hmm.
After he tells me about something, I cannot remember. Like he has numbers, stuff like that. I got to go by colors.
Yeah.
Covers of them and everything. It's ridiculous because then I go with him. Like it used to be like I just pull stuff I liked because I didn't really care, but now I got it down to where, you know what I mean.
Well, let me ask you something. Are you because you're kind of like new to this, right? This is new to the speculation game. Are you selling books yet?
Oh yeah, I've been for about a year now.
And how has that been going?
I bought a car. Yeah. I mean, I still keep what I want. Like, I think, like, I remember when I bought the Jonathan's Undone by Blood. Like, I was buying the Peach Momoko Mercies from him, and I got a 5-pack of them because I like Peach. I started getting them when I found out. The only one I couldn't really get was, I think the #2, Gwenum or something like that, with a tie-dye background. I forget what book it is now, but I bought them, and I was like, oh, man, fucking, I'll just get these Undone by Bloods too. I like the cover. And then I got them, and George at the time was like, well, why'd you buy these? You know what I mean? Like I said, I don't know. Cause I used to spend discount comic books. I used to spend like $300 to $500 a month. And George would just give me shit about it. Like, why are you buying these? Save up your money and buy a Golden Age book.
He's right.
Yeah. And he is. But then like, it was crazy when it hit, you know what I mean? That Undone by Blood where they thought Norman Reedus, he might do something with it. Like when I got him, I was like, I don't know if he's been on. I gave one to my buddy, gave George one, put them in the box and left them there. And now, you know what I mean? They're actually, get a little bit of money off of them now, which I'd have never thought.
You bought a car with it, man. I love it.
Yeah. I mean,
a 92 Chevy Lumina. I mean,
yeah. I mean, I'm still paying on it, but yeah, it's like, well, I mean, you got to think like from, I used to get in trouble when I was young. You know what I mean? Like I got more than a few years in prison, but when I got out, I'm a recovering addict. Nico's helped. He's one of my best friends in the world. I'd do anything for him. You know what I mean?
By the way, man, congratulations on that recovering part, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you. I got about almost 15 months clean now, but I ain't never had this since I've been young. You know what I mean? I'm 35. It's since I've been 12, I've been whatever. But actually, like, my life's improved tenfold because getting out, having support, doing the recovery thing. But comic books, you know what I mean? That's like it's a hobby and it's an outlet that like
it saved me too, man.
Yeah.
It's
like
an addiction.
Like that's what, like, you know what I mean? Doing this, it's like every Saturday I get a high off of that you know what I mean? Just going through finding something crazy, and I'm like, man, I'd have never thought, just dollar bins. I think I got a buzzkill the other day, #1, like almost mint, and I was like, at first, because I found it, and I was like, damn, I knew I seen this somewhere, and then I looked, and I was like, oh, I said, yeah, this is hilarious. So you know what I mean? I just digging. It's, you know what I mean?
It's cathartic. It's very cathartic.
And that's, you know what I mean? But after all this, but like sinking everything into like now, like I make sure, like sometimes I got to take a break from overworking, working 50 hours a week sometimes, but like I make sure like I don't ever work on Saturdays because of, you know what I mean? I go and do this.
That shit's important to you.
Yeah,
It's
and
important
that,
to you,
yeah,
man.
but it's not even that. Like it's like, like you guys always say, like it reflect on like growing up, the stuff that when I was a kid, books, even if it's like not worth nothing, I still get certain books. You know what I mean? Because it
We all
reminds
do.
me of
Nostalgic value, right?
yeah. But like you know what I mean? Like I've actually because I've only been out of prison not even 2 years, and from the growth I've had since I've been out of prison now, like I'm employable. I just I paid off an outstanding fine bill, to get my license back. Bought a car.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
It's a community. Listen, we
Yeah.
talk about community a lot on Flipside, and I think that more important than not, that community aspect is well, shit. It is the most important part of this hobby. The friends we make. Listen, most of us probably have never even met each other in person, right? But we hang out. Most of us, at some point, once a month, most of us every week, and bullshit about comics, talk about fucking life lessons, talk about, you congratulations on you fucking 2 years, man, and being out and being, 15 months sober or I appreciate that, man, that you telling that story.
Yeah, and
that's the community part right here, man.
like Frank was on the show last week. If no one's ever read it yet, No Heroin, you got to read that series. You know what I mean? That's like, because it like I read it and I was like, yeah, this is sweet. You know what I mean? But I bought, into the Peach thing. I bought all the books. Like I got some of the metal covers. Think Jonathan hooked me up. Like this man looks out. You know what I mean? You spend money with him. He goes. They go above and beyond. Like I ain't never had. You know what I mean? No bad business there. Like everything, packaging's great. You know what I mean? It's he does amazing work. Like it's crazy. Like I wish that he'd do. I know it's the publishing and everything. That crossover variant. That's probably out of all the variants he probably did the best one.
Let's see that, dude. Do you guys have that around? Because I want to have you guys put that up while we're talking about it.
I got
Hey, actually, I need to drop off.
Richard, thank you for joining us, brother.
Oh, I want to thank you so much for having us. It's been a blast. It's been a great conversation. So I look forward to the next time.
Hell yeah. There will be one. We appreciate you.
I got to do my Walmart run before they close to get that.
All right, John.
But I did have a couple spec things I wanted to throw up real quick.
Well, yeah. Let's do that real quick, and then we'll get back to this Hive comic, if you guys don't mind. Yeah.
Not being political, but this book has blown up on eBay in the last 2 days.
We were just looking at that.
Yeah. So it's out there. You can still get it for cover price. There's a second print coming with a different dialogue balloon, but this is blowing up. And the other one, I don't hear anybody talking about it. And it's selling for a lot. And I still see it on the racks of the local comic shop. And that is X-Men 12, the first cover appearance of a Summoner and the second print. If you people don't even know there's a second printing of this thing.
Yeah, great
So,
great pick.
I wanted to make sure we flag those two. I'm off to Walmart. I'll find your cards for you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. We'll talk, John.
Bye-bye.
All right.
So I was just gonna say real quick, you want your next Undone by Bloods because like we were saying, we generally we base a lot of the titles that we go after as speccable books, and we really think like you can't go wrong with Scumbag. I don't know if you guys have read that yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got so good. We keep saying it's got happy feels to it, like dark, gritty, comedic. I wouldn't be surprised if that pops up here soon. We were fortunate to do just a virgin variant of the La Rosa cover.
Well, La Rosa, La Rosa. I love La Rosa. His Valiant covers.
Yeah, it's so detailed.
So good. I have a stack of 9/8 La Rosa Valiant stuff.
And then
I love it.
Our John Gallagher Origins cover.
Ooh, yeah.
Sorry, Staniak Origins.
Staniak, same guy did Turtles. Same guy who did Undone by Blood.
Yeah, that cover's nice.
Origins, it's only one issue in. I think it's one of those books that's going to take an issue or a couple more issues to build up, but writing the premise behind that book is something I could totally see getting picked up down the road. And then there's the big boy. This is our recent
gorgeous
crossover.
That's awesome. That's really good, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, I love that one.
Wow.
Then, we just got word that we should be approved to do start selling issue 2 here soon.
That's good too.
So hopefully we'll have final images up on our social media and website in the next day or so.
But I want to talk a little bit about that crossover stuff.
As good as issue 1 is, this cover, I don't know. I think people are torn about it. I personally think the cover for issue 2 is better. But I think I'd get a fight with a lot of people on that one because this is a pretty epic cover. This is Donnie. This story is Donnie Cates at his best.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that. What did you guys think? Has everybody here read it?
Yeah.
No, I mean, you can say I haven't read it because I've been working crazy hours, but I'm probably gonna read it after I get off here because I went and picked one up and I didn't realize it that I picked it up and then a day later the secret variant popped and I actually pulled the secret variant from the local comic book store and didn't realize I had it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
Very cool. All right.
Hey Brian, can I just say something real quickly? John, it's good to see you again. I don't know if you remember me. We ran into each other over a year ago in a shitty con in Ohio, man, when you were kind of getting back into it, dude. And
oh, really?
Dude, yeah. I just texted Salo again. I'm like, I know this cat. Nico brought him around. How excited you were right then. And you probably don't remember talking to me because I was doing a lot of stuff and other things like that. But you could tell you were getting into it, and you could tell that this was going to be something. And just to hear not even all the rest of it, because you actually told me all that stuff. You're a very honest dude and very upfront.
Oh,
so you
yeah.
a lot of that stuff when we first met, but then to hear that it actually did come true because you were hustling, and that's part of it, right? And it's part of the fun. And you can see the light in your eyes, and it's good to see you now, a year later, and you still got not just that, you still got the hustle, but you know, I always say it, turn those books into cars, right? And that's it, dude. Yeah. That's what you do with it. So that's really good. I like this book we're about to talk about, by the way, too. What's up, Solo?
Cool.
Hey, guys. Thanks for joining us, guys. And not only that, Marco's here, Solo Wookie. Shout out to Gary. Thank you for joining us, all three of you guys. Much love. Let's get into this crossover stuff. What'd you guys think?
It's Donnie. Like I said, Donnie Cates is writing what he knows, right? It's the whole comic book scene. It's like comic book as community. That's what he embodies on Twitter, right? We know he's like the P.T. Barnum of our times in a lot of ways, but he does have the indie chops, right? Like I love his indie books a lot.
Yeah.
His Marvel stuff is fine for me. I feel like he has grand concepts, and I feel like he takes a little, he takes some Starline. He takes, he sort of plays all the greatest hits, and he puts it through his own filter, which I think is really, I think he has a huge, he has a cult of Cates, right? And this to me was him at balancing the line between his mainstream stuff and his indie stuff and finding a way to, bring in both audiences. So I liked it as a first issue. I thought it has me wanting to read a second issue, which is what a good first issue should do, right? Too many people put an indie out, the first issue blows up, and then everyone ignores the next issue. I want to read what happens next. So I spoke about it. I didn't give too much away because I think it's a book you have to read. You don't want to spoil that kind of book. It's not spec worthy for the spoilers. It's spec worthy for what it could bring down the line, I think.
Yeah. It's one that I agree. I think 7, 8, 9 issues down the road, I think people are really going to be coming back and trying to snag up issue 1 again. I think it's got staying potential for sure. I think if Cates can prove longevity with it, and if Image will give him the chance, I think it's good. It's got potential for a really good long-running series, and that's a lot saying that just sat off in issue 1. I mean, I feel like that could have been issue 1 to say that.
I'd say pick up anything Cates independent. Yeah, any of his indie stuff.
I thought it was really interesting. I've talked about this ad nauseum, but it's such a great little tidbit about Donnie Cates, and where he said, and I think it was Matt from Absolute Geek Crew that told me about this, that he had a near-death experience that caused him to write God Country. And then he had another near-death experience that caused him to write Crossover, which is that I love to hear stories like that. But man,
yeah, it says it in the back of the book. but yeah, Absolute covered this too, and I think they did a great job. And when you think about it, like if you look at some of the other Image books, and I know I'm not saying it's the same thing, but if you look at like when Saga first came out, right? Like it's not at all the same thing. But Saga 1 sat on like till they had the Apple penis cover, you know, that whole thing where like the dude was on there. I don't know how we can say this on YouTube, but yeah, y'all
you just said it, bro. You just said it.
Well, I didn't say what was going on, but like till that happened and that made an issue, like you could get those there, but everybody in the store, a lot of people in the LCSs were hyping it, right? Like they're like, it's gonna be good, it's good, it's good. And we already knew he already was established writer, artist. You already knew what's her name? She did great art too. Like it was like stuff that you knew was kind of gonna be good, but you didn't know how good. And this is kind of it with him too. Like if they let him just go on, this could be his, I'm not saying the book saga, I'm saying like his saga comic, like his book that just extends forever. When he ends it, he ends it. When he doesn't, he doesn't. It's got great concepts of it. None of them are really that new, right? Like the dome thing isn't new. The superheroes destroying, like Marvel's even done a lot of these concepts before. We know he read a lot of that Marvel stuff too. So like, you know, it has all those elements in it. And then at the same time, he does smart things with it. The pixelation thing with the point printing pixelation that Matt on Absolute Geek mentioned is right on, dude. That's so like as a fan of comics, not just somebody who sells them, buys them and sells them, but as a fan of comics, seeing that type of stuff is cool. You know what I mean? Like that's really something dope to see. And the storylines, look, I thought it started off a little bit too wordy. I'll be honest with you. Like when he started coming with the paragraphs in the first 3 pages, I was like, oh, crud, man. Why? Right? Everybody's laughing, but tell me if I'm wrong. Like that, it was tough, dude. And then all of a sudden it started clicking. And then you're like, why isn't this 40 pages? Right? Like, why isn't it 42 pages? If it's 42 pages, you'd be great. And then you're like, holy crap, if this should be 42 pages, he might have something. Now, can he not put his foot in his mouth? And can he like not put his hand in too many pies? I don't know. But what happens if they east to wested or they do a saga thing where he just does certain arcs and then takes a break for a year? Will it hold up?
Yeah.
No.
Put Hive on.
Hive, what is that? What is that?
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
It's not a great picture.
Oh, if you back up, it will be.
Back it up a little.
There you go. Oh, nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, with the comic rack spinner. Yeah.
Yeah, with the spinner. Yeah, that's cool.
And she's coming out of a comic book laying on the ground there.
Yeah, down here.
Oh, that's sick.
That's awesome.
Is that yours, guys? Is that your book?
Yeah, that's
brilliant.
cool.
I love that. That is
that's
really
that's our first look for you guys.
Congrats, man.
Close up of her pixelated face.
Yeah, it's not coming through on the camera, but
That's amazing.
it's
I love shit like that.
Yeah, like Roy Lichtenstein.
Yeah.
And just Brian, I don't want to hype up and like make it seem like we're cross pollinating, but I just want to say on my Twitter feed, I did put up that back when that Hive Comics thing broke back. You're not even going to see it now, I guess, but
turn it sideways.
And I was like, this is going to be an instant sellout, and it was like gone. I think October 16th I put it up, and October 17th it was going for like $75, $100 dropping. So yeah, I love what you guys do. I follow you guys on Twitter as well. So yeah, great, and I love that new cover. So I'm gonna get it this time. I missed the last one, but
I'm not missing that one. That's brilliant. That is brilliant.
Yeah, I love shit like that.
Yeah, but the thing with Donnie is, can he stick the landing, right? Like that's what's being. I mean, I think that's the rap with him. Like I love his Doc Strange stuff at the beginning, right? Death of the Inhumans. You look at some of what his runs, like Venom. Now people are getting sort of like they're burnt out on Null, and we haven't even seen King in Black yet. When people are burnt out already before the book's even out, you have to worry about the oversaturation. So I like him focusing here, maybe stepping a little away. Though I did like the new Thor, so now I'm like contradicting myself. But
I think
he's got a lot of coals in the iron, I guess. Is that what it is?
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't stick to the landing, right? It's like build up, but you never get that payoff. I think that's the biggest thing with him sometimes.
Well, does he do that?
If you read Inhumans, like the Inhumans book, and if you read some of the books where he just does an arc, that's why this might work out if he takes a break, right?
Yeah.
So go back and read. I mean, Strange was a little different because, I think he thought he was going to be on that longer, but we won't get.
And ended up getting Venom.
And that's what I was gonna say is if he's picked anything up from Marvel about doing, 10 and 12 issue story arcs, but continuing the story afterwards, then this is one of those, because the way Image is with a lot of books is, even if numbers start to dip, they'll let a writer keep going. They'll let a writer just go and go and go, for better or worse sometimes.
Savage Dragon.
So if he's that up, at least from his recent work with Marvel and stuff like that, then this one does have potential. But it would be interesting to see what the second, third, and fourth act are, for a story like this, and whether or not it peters out, or if it does have legitimate endings, or like the payoff at the end,
And it's not like Image isn't used to they do let people run their books to the ground and pass the ground underneath, but they also do allow them with a lot of creativity time-wise. Like, they have been known to have books before that have only put out a number 1 and maybe a number 2, and then a year later put out 4, 5. Like, they've given a lot of leniency as long as the artist is willing to work with them to get it right. This is something they have done. Now, can we get him to stay off Twitter and focus on the work maybe, and I don't know, overdo it and try to overhype his own stuff? I mean, the press conference he does was trash. Matt was right, but the guys on Absolute Geek were right. That interview that he did about this book, it sounded like this book was a hot piece of garbage, and it was not a hot piece of garbage. It was actually pretty good.
Well, and isn't he, in the end, all this, didn't he already have a plan for all this from Silver Surfer Black all the way to the end of all of these books, and tying all of these in together and having a big grand finale? Did I misunderstand that? And in the interviews that he gave early on, Thor, Venom, Silver Surfer Black, all the King.
Well, we haven't even gotten any.
Are they not?
We haven't gotten any Cosmic Ghost Rider stuff either because of that, right?
No, not lately. But remember, he also said that Thor and Venom would not be connected, right? Like, he's always he's gonna talk one way to get one audience and then another way to get the other audience, because that's what he does, and that's why he sells books. That's why Marvel keeps putting him on big books. He's gonna get Spider-Man once Spencer goes off. He'll move to Spider-Man because that's what he wants when he's done with Venom, right? He's going to be done with that Venom run. He's going to finish off with Null. He's going to be on his Thor run. He's going to be doing Spider-Man. That's what they're going to be. I mean,
but if he ties it all together in the end, like he planned, and still finally give him a maybe for once, he'd be able to finish something with the bang.
Well, does Hive got some plans up there for a Spider-Man special cover that we're going to see here when Cates takes it over there, boys? Or
absolutely. Absolutely. If Cates takes Spider-Man, we'll be on issue 1.
Yeah.
You ain't got to worry about that.
Yeah.
Didn't Cates just announce another indie that he's releasing digitally first?
Well, he has Flood, right? He's doing the book Flood, which Flood was a book already, but I saw it in the back. They had Flood, and then they had the God Country
some God Country book
spin-off, right? The girl with the sword on it. And I'm wondering, is crossover going to be his opportunity to have a Black Hammer type universe where he'll have stories within this dome taking place, and maybe that's the big picture, right? And he said we could have other of my comic properties pop in within the dome, so maybe the dome becomes his sort of John Hickman Secret Wars type, playground, right? Maybe that's the big picture, and that's how you can run a book like that for a long time.
Or interesting, or he's gonna watch this, and you just gave him some fuel to tweet about.
Yeah, hey, I called Punisher as a Cosmic Ghost Rider. He owes me a no prize back. I told him.
Gary understands this stuff more than most. Donny Cates knows what he's doing, but he is out there. I don't understand, because he signed an exclusive, and then he's still coming out with all these independents. And yeah, it's weird. Like, how can you sign an exclusive and then you also are doing all these independents?
No. Do you remember that deal? He didn't. That's not what he did with that deal. It was like I could.
It was an exclusive as long as he could also do anything.
Yeah, as long as he could do his own work.
created.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Yeah.
pretty much saying that he couldn't just work for DC. That was it. It
Right.
was pretty much.
Yeah, it's exclusive to just not work at DC. It's everywhere. You can have independent stuff going on as well.
Hey, Sleepy, you see the other John up there? Well, I haven't seen him for a while. Remember that show? He was at that the Ohio one, I think. Wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell him how we met, Sleepy.
I had where the hell's Nico at? I had somebody come up to me today and said, "Oh yeah, Sleepy John." I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah. That's you. That's you. Hey, that's you. It'd be like, I bet if Gary would go to a show, people would be like, "Oh my goodness," they'd be creaming them shorts for Gary.
Funny. Maybe.
Yeah, so what is it? It says this is the thing too, right? So the Kate's book, though, they're saying 3 and 6 is big, but he does do that. I think at this point, like, just go out there and get what you're gonna get with it. Like, read it, and if you decide it's not for you, it might not be. It does have potential though. Like, if you read number 1, we could give it all away. I guess I don't care. Not my show. I'll spoil the whole thing. I'll go page for page.
Yeah.
But hey, look, there's a lot of stuff that has actually shown up in shows like actual TV shows before. There's some things there's definitely a ton that has come out of comics before. I think Gary's right. You can implant some of like characters, even at least mock-up characters, kind of like what that you semi-created or have adapted, and you can put them in there to make that all work out. But I think it is a reader's comic. Right. Like, I think in the end, and I think the guys from Hives agree too, this might not be like, you'll see these there's a ton of them too. So you'll see them on the shelves for a while. But if he gets the, the TV thing going on all of a sudden, one of his hits, and it's probably not going to be, maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to get 3 and 6 either. I'm going to get them all anyways, because I'm going to read the whole thing. But like, it probably isn't going to be 3 or 6, because it's never the books you expect. Right. It's always the one where like nobody thought, what was that, Saga 8 or 9? Nobody thought that was going to be a big deal, and it wasn't going to be a big deal. I mean, you had a troll with that situation going on, so like you figured that would have been the book that set it off, but it just was like the perfect timing and perfect storm. So not only is this going to be, that's kind of what you got to be careful with, right? Like, don't wipe your shelves clean, because you actually have to see if the perfect storm is going to come up, and the perfect storm isn't just writing a good book, or can he end the landing, or is he going to be popular? Because like, yeah, he's doing good. He has landed some things before, and he's popular. It's like, is there something else that's going to tip the scales, or even just not the casual reader, but like the non-casual reader is going to go in, okay, everybody's talking about this, I need to start picking up this book and reading it. You know what I mean? And that might not be after the TPBs come out or something like that. I mean, you never know, but I think it's got potential to be, at least it's got potential to be a good series, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's big for Image too, right? Because I mean, Boom has sold a lot of Images. Thunder, like Boom is now the company that people are like, every first issue blows up. All those later issues are going up. I mean, Ice Cream Man for Images is actually, I guess that's their like hot spec series, I would say, right? But Image is sort of like even IDW is putting some stuff out. Boom's putting stuff. Aftershock, Scout. So you have all these little, like, there's a lot more like piranhas in the ocean right now. But I think Image is always going to be that big, like, he's still like, they're still the number 3, right? Like, people still think of Image as the number 3 company. But as I look at my LCS, the shelf space is shrinking more and more, and I'm starting to see a lot more of the smaller independent publishing putting up. And again, I mean, I go to Brooklyn shops, so maybe I'm seeing different things than I'm seeing out like in smaller towns where they don't have as much opportunity for it. But I think Image needs sort of like, they need some heat like around them, right?
Right. But I think with the problems with DC, obviously, I don't want to get too far into it. I don't think anybody really wants to go down that rabbit hole. But like, with the problems with what they're having already, sure, there's more independence being pushed out there, but that section actually is kind of giving a gapway and a path. And a lot of those readers that read and collect those full runs, DC, are looking for, like, they can complain it's funny when you talk to fans and they complain about, oh, I can't believe there's 15 books of the same title and this, that, or the other. I get that, but they still have every one. Like, you know what I mean? They still go out there and collect every one, and that's part of their addiction to comics or their nostalgia part. So they're always looking for a long-running series that will go on, is actually halfway decent written, and something that they can relate or keep nostalgia to. And I mean, I think this is right. You know, I think that's what this book is. It's not like groundbreaking.
I think you're dead on, Marco. I think it hits the beats that people are going to be able to latch on to different parts of that book and say, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, like hanging up the comic shop, and you look in that comic shop, every cross section is represented, right? They even had that, you know, the seduction of the innocent quote on the guy's shirt, and then meanwhile they have like another totally different quote, like in the beginning, like showing the two types of comic readers, and you know, he's having shots at speculators and you know, investors, with the guy selling the books out. Who wants these old like Western books? We want these modern, like what happened after the dome. So you're going to see a lot of sort of like, you know, going back to Gwenpool, like very like fourth wall breaking things in here. That'll be little asides for, you know, the people at different levels will get it. So if I'm a Donny Cates fan, I'm going to get something. If I'm a speculator, I'm going to get something. And if I'm just straight up reading it for the first time, I'm going to take something away. So that's what he does well. The guy is, like I said, he's a modern day P.T. Barnum. That's what he is. Sells books, and people keep hiring him to do them, except DC.
All right, John, tell us how you met Sleepy.
We was at a con in Ohio, and I seen him, and I was like, hey, George, there's your buddy. They was doing comic book wars with Jimmy. And he was like, I said, no, dude, I'm just going to go mess with him. So he's over there going through some books. And I was like, hey, you do that podcast, and, you know, smile. He's smiling ear to ear. And I was like, he was like, oh, man, yeah. And I was like, man, I like the show. And he's like, oh, man, that's awesome. He's like, you know, right over here, there's another guy, Nico. He's on the show, too. I was like, oh. And he points him out. I said, yeah. I said, that's my roommate. And he was like, "Oh, you mother!" He was sick about it. It was funny. It was a good time.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I was. My fist clenched for a second, and then I looked at John and I was like, I'm okay. I'm okay. Okay. Can you hear Nico?
He's in the next room. He keeps telling me, he's in my ear. Yeah. Tell him the story.
Yeah. Did you hear that? Did you hear him cackling?
He's like a little kid over there.
You know, I don't know if you guys talked about this earlier. I was out there with Nico today, and Merce and I, we were out there at a con. I'm not sure if it was a good idea or not to go to a convention, but I bought a few. Jeez Louise, this guy cackling like a.
Yeah, he's over
first there. First time at a bingo hall. So
okay, so what happened at the con, John?
It is what it is. Well, there was nothing memorable. You know, we had went out there, got some comic books. There wasn't much to say.
That's it. That's all you got. Seriously, that's all you got. Good job. That was great.
I really have nothing to say as in terms of memorable moments. That's it.
All right.
You didn't find any good books?
Yeah.
Sleepy?
So,
I know you better than that, man.
I came home with a full I came home with a full backpack of books, but you know, it is what it is. I wasn't spending money like Nico. Nico was
I did see that.
Nah. It was books where I'm like, it was books where I was like buying them for $2 and I can sell them for $4. Great, that's what I'm going to retire on. You know,
I'm convinced at this point because every like fourth show there's Nico holding up another 40 books that he scored in the dollar bin. I don't know where the fuck is he storing all this shit? Does he just have long boxes on the ground and he's got his mattress laying on top? Is that his bed?
Tell him, Sleepy. I'll send him some pictures.
I think he does. I think he does put his mattress on top of longs. Like
He's got it.
You know, most of us have like a bed frame, you know, a bed frame or a trundle bed or whatever you want to call it. He puts 20 longs out, and then he puts a sleeping bag unzipped on top of that, and that's his bed.
Yeah,
and he's very happy about it. And he makes, yeah. He gets good. Like, you guys really don't get it. Do you guys even sleep with your comics? You probably don't even sleep with your comics like he does. You know?
he snuggles them at night, mumbles to them.
Yeah, he got a couple in there.
Yeah,
Gwenpool, you're so good to me.
I will. Unfortunately, I've had the pleasure of not just only showing up to cons and then Sleepy and Nico showing up in some part of disarray. And usually it's not Sleepy. Like, Sleepy's great later on because, you know, he's got lawn chairs that he'll pull out at the Airbnb and will for some reason be sitting in the front yard
at the Airbnb, and we're gonna talk about real life. We're gonna talk about real life stuff.
No, but Nico's fun because he comes in and he is a whirlwind. Like, he really just we were talking like real life stuff in the middle, right? Like after 12 hours, but Nico, when he comes in, is like just a mess, and he'll usually have John can we call you John the assistant, or what should we call you, John?
Yeah, that's more. He thinks him as assistant. You can say that.
Yeah, he does. He says my assistant. He literally introduces him as my assistant, and like you'll just see like John walk in, and then like you're like, oh, son of, where is this guy? Because
he's usually under a table in a box looking through stuff.
Yeah,
but you can't see because he's under the table.
Yeah, and
if you're an intern, it's because he doesn't want to pay you, John. Just so I can tell you right now, like, don't let him call you an intern because he won't want to pay you at all. So make sure he's giving you something at least. For
I get my cut.
But he's at a, like, there's certain levels, like height of people too, and his height is like it's easy for him, like he was saying earlier.
Careful.
Oh,
he's
saying
he's always got to wear that red hat.
Yeah,
he don't like wearing it sometimes because everybody's gonna think he's a Trumper.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Where are we at?
Okay. But
Just got political. Here we go.
Yeah, but he's like, so he's in, but he's like fat,
Holy
like fast.
cow.
And he can, like, sneak lines. So he like flips through all the lines, and then you see John walk in, and then he'll come to the table and be like, hey, John, throw something down on this table, or stand here, or set up here. And you see John waiting for like 5 minutes. And then John's like, I've had enough of this nonsense. I'm going to go dig for myself. And you'll just see him over there slowly creeping through the box. And they're like, this is a good book. You're sitting there. And Nico, hey, where's John? Where's John? Where's my and that's how the rest of the day goes. It's a fun experience.
Right.
You see him out there.
Yeah.
Just sit back and observe him like a Natural Geographics in the wild. It's a very fun experience to watch.
We're gonna have to change it from Nico to Leprechaun Ninja.
Hey, I didn't knock his height like that. I was just
Whoa, we ain't going there. We ain't going there.
Wow. We're supposed to have it's supposed to be a new exclusive regime. Come on, guys. Let's
that
go.
was not me. We're not doing that. But it's fun.
I love Nico to death. I'll say it. He's a little leprechaun ninja. Just sneaking in, out, and under everybody. Just diving in and getting his books and getting out.
Yeah, he's fast. Like he puts on the wheels, man. He'll go in and out. He doesn't have a lot of time to mess around. So it's always a fun experience. I figure that
Mercenaut does that because I'll be going through stuff. We'll be at in a basement sale or something or somewhere, and I'll be doing it, and I'll see him coming. But like at first I didn't really know him, but now I know him, so I'm like, hey, don't come down here because I'm trying to find something decent. And like he's like 2 seconds through a short box to the next one, to the next one.
Oh yeah, there's guys who know what they have in their heads what they're looking for. Boom, they're through it. And don't you love the guy who, when you're on like going through a long box and right next to you, it's like the guy at the movie theater. You have all the seats open. Well, we can't do that anymore, but sits right next to you in the movie seat. The guy who's digging right next to you and like pressuring you to go through the long box. That's not. Yep.
Yeah, I usually I ain't afraid to say nothing to him, so I'll be like, hey.
Oh no! Hey, John's not afraid to at all. Not at all.
Get away from me.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
You know
for
what was
you
funny?
all.
Like he was doing that. He was doing that today, and we were next to each other. And he went through everything, and then he came back and he went back through again, and he pulled out 2 books and he sat them right next to me, and they were Black Panther books, and he just flapped them up there, and he goes, this is why I should not go through boxes as fast as I do. Because he had already went through that box, and then he went back again, and he pulled them out, and I was like, those are good books. And he goes, yeah, this is why I shouldn't go through them as fast as I do. So it was funny, like, that you guys say that, because he totally does that, but he also understands, like, he should go a little bit slower sometimes, too.
So I got a question for everybody.
So, two books I got today. Go ahead, Slow.
Go for it.
This is sleepy.
No, let him have it. Let me see him, because I asked earlier.
Oh,
let me see your book.
These are books that I would not have ever even known about if it was not for these Star Wars
shitty
guys
connections
that I've come to know. Oh man, these guys, like, I don't even know Star Wars at all, but I knew when I
Me either.
saw something, I was like, these might be something that I might need to know. So I got a Star Wars Outlander #1 for $3.
Solid.
And then I got the other one for $3 as well. And I'm very happy to get these because #1 and Star Wars and #10. Very happy to have those.
Yeah, they're good books. They're damn good books.
Yeah,
It's a good run.
No, okay. Yeah,
so comics. When is #2 dropping? When can we get that #2 variant? And Sleepy John, I want to see that icon in a minute.
We're hoping next Friday.
Next Friday. Okay, good. So I'm gonna jump on that.
Yeah.
Sleepy John, show that. Oh, this is perfect. Good. So
is this the Mobius stuff? Because if it is, I'm gonna geek out.
Oh no, he's got his. So it's good. So we'll do
no,
side by
no. This is #1, icon #1, and I got a hardware #1 platinum.
Isn't that
These
Mobius?
Isn't that going ridiculous? Like,
oh look right there, John.
No. Mobius is at the end of the run.
Okay.
So we have synergy going, John, right here, right? Because I did a milestone run where I pulled like.
I don't know if I can do that. Wait, hold on. I can.
You can't palm that. Come on.
It.
You gotta palm that right like that.
I'm trying to get the Gary Nusser.
You gotta palm it up there.
The hand grab.
So wait. So pull
exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Pulling icons, pulling the hardwares, pulling heroes. Right. Found the whole milestone.
Exactly,
I forgot about heroes.
Like when you look at like every static book.
Do you have 42?
These are near mint plus books. So everyone down the line. And if you're not buying Milestone right now, I mean, come on. Milestone is going to launch in a big way, and then once they start hitting some sort of a regular media deal, because they're going to be pushed by DC, because DC is pushing totally into away from books and into that. So basically, the whole static run they had there was pretty sick.
Wait, hold on, Gary. Do you have the Lost Boys cover? Which is 40 or 42?
No, in fact, I'll have to look over there.
Well, listen, I'm going to say it again.
They got the 27 in static they had. That was the last one they had in their run. So someone must have gotten 28 to 40, or someone stopped collecting.
I want to throw it out to the ether. That issue 42. Was it 42? Let me look it up real quick. The Lost Boys issue. I picked up when I was younger, when I was in high school, when I was listening to Lost Boys, and it was one of the best covers because it was like a little inside joke. Not a lot of people knew, who those people were on that cover. Not 40. It's 40. I think it's 40. Hold on. And I fucking sold it. Yeah, here it is. And I have never found another issue, another copy. And then here we go. So this is the issue I'm looking for. It's Static number 40, and Rolling with the Lost Boys, and that is the Lost Boys on the cover, which is really cool. Hip hop covers before anybody realized that they were doing hip hop covers. And I would love to know, and this is the next thing I'm throwing out on the ether. I would love to know if anybody out there has ever heard about seeing this cover signed by the Lost Boys. And if there is one out there, that would be a grail piece for me. So really cool cover, really hard to find towards the end of the run. And like Gary said, either they stopped collecting or people snagged them up because of how the short print run on them. So
yeah, by the end, that book had really, like I said, I mean, and like I said, Milestone, it wasn't a failure, and I think it actually was selling pretty well down the line. I mean, Static went 40 something issues, so that's by no shape or means. But I don't think anyone, I don't know if we know the numbers on a lot of those books down at the Milestone time. I don't know if Comicron really was tracking at that time. So, there are people out there researching. Come on, guys. Look in the chat.
We got Half Price Crook in the house. What's up, brother? All right. Let's.
So, John, do you want me to talk about that 10? Is that why you were showing that?
Well, CSI had a couple great articles.
Cool.
No. CSI had had a great article on all the Milestone stuff.
Yeah, they did. They also had some really good articles on Star Wars stuff, so make sure you check those out. But speaking of Star Wars stuff, Marco, let's talk about that issue. What was important?
That was one early on when John, like, that's kind of why I do this show now, is because like John and Nico were like texting a lot, and there's like, just why not just do it? So I did. But like that 10 was one of the first ones where I was saying like, this has got something down the road. This has got something down the road, like, because that character, which turns into Crate, like we've already seen it now in Mandalorian. Like that's where they kill the great drag. It's kind of a crate dragon. Is a smaller version in the store or in the story that he showed, but everybody got confused. Everybody got confused about the. Everybody got confused about Dad and the Son, right? Because the names are like almost the same. Like it's ridiculous. So, some of that Star Wars Dark Horse is just the most ridiculous stuff you've ever read. Solo always is laughing because everybody's hand blows off or gets cut off in every episode or every book or something like that in series. But a lot of that stuff that you already saw go on down there in Mandalorian, like there was the egg thing, the pearl, the thing that the acid creates. I mean, that's a throwback to the video game, sure. But it also is kind of like towards that book, what they're talking about, how that the Sand People have to take it over, and that's like their rite of passage, and that's how they get all that stuff. So when you have that Obi-Wan show coming around, you have the timeline coming around. As soon as they mentioned Obi-Wan, they're like, well, how much time is left in Obi-Wan? How much stuff did you do left in Obi-Wan? He fall asleep.
Hold on. Let's talk about wasn't one of those
Ashad Het.
Ashad Het. Yes.
Asharad Het. So their names like Ashad Het and Asharad Het. So like Asharad Het's the kid. The dad, Ashad Het, in the first one. That's the one who Sing kills. And actually actually storyline.
We all do.
Yeah, that's gonna be long. So that the Asha Singh storyline that comes in Dark Horse, the assassination of Asha Singh, was already like a popular type storyline, right? That portion of it came from that book there. Then you get Dark Woman, that's really deep. But he has a son. His son kills a crate dragon in the book. John, you want to throw the 10?
John's on to the next book. Let's talk. Absolute asking about the pearl. What's up with that? I wondered about that.
Okay, yeah. So I was going to hit this up.
Specify that because do they ever say that they use one?
So this is why you should like. Oh, this is gonna really.
We're all over the place, guys. We're talking about Mando in the first episode of Mando. They killed this fucking big ass dragon, and then the Tatooine sand people go and score this monster fucking pearl, and they start going crazy for it.
The Krayt Dragon Pearl. Now,
the
in the
Krayt
video
Dragon.
game, video game, you have to. Now that's Knights of the Old Republic.
Yeah, so in old Knights of the Old Republic, you blow up the dragon first, but you you can play other characters. But when Raven's going in there to go find the Skyfinder, or the Sky Map, you blow up the Krayt Dragon exactly kind of how you saw it, except for it was a cannon dragon, so it was a smaller version of the Great Dragon that you saw in Mandalorian. Not that matters. That just I don't know why I'm even talking about it. But so you blow that up, and out of that comes one of those pearls. You can in that game. Polish your pearl and put it in your lightsaber, I guess, is the best way to put it. But it's like an add-on, like that's part of a video game. Like, so I heard something about Wikipedia, so I went to go read it, and I'm like, oh, they didn't say this is like an insert, like it's like a power-up type. Like, it's a weird thing, like because you could also sell that. Like, it wasn't like that. So, like, his lightsaber, he had the green lightsaber, he had the blue lightsaber, the green lightsaber, the purple lightsaber, and it changed colors depending on like certain things that happened to it, like in time. What was canon. But in the game, it was like he also had two lightsabers at a time in the game. So like it wasn't like that was considered at the time. The game wasn't exactly like a canon type thing. That's why like when everybody complains about Star Wars being cleaned up and like, oh, well, they threw everything out the window. Yeah, but like you also
that pearl is not going to fucking have any sort of meaning. That isn't anything cool.
It's cool because it shows that they're doing that as a right. Now that's a great dragon, and once again, this is where it might relate back. I don't think I think it's a slow reference to Raven, like to the video game. I don't think that's like a hey, we're gonna show I think that's that type of Easter egg. But what it really shows is that book that he held up earlier, 10, that if that's coming out of the Krayt Dragon, and they talked about how the Sand People still have that, like for centuries have had the ritual of killing dragons. Now remember, the one you saw in Mandalorian is like 1,000 times what the Sand People typically kill. They typically kill the smaller versions of it, the canon ones and they do that in the video game too in Old Republic.
Yeah, that's what the dude wears, right? Darth Krayt wears his
name's based off the Krayt. Yeah.
And nowhere else in any of the novels or the books or anything do we ever see the pearl used for a lightsaber, correct?
So they do use the pearl a couple different times. It comes up in but typically it's for people. It's on guns one time.
But I mean in a lightsaber. I mean to make the
it's the Raven thing. That's what it is. Yeah, you're supposed to be able to polish it up and put it into your lightsaber.
So Raven is the only one.
Yes, but like technically that's not one of his there's a Raven lightsaber. There's a famous, actually you guys saw
there's a toy for it.
Yeah, the purple one.
Yeah.
So that one is that's not the lightsaber in the video. That's not this lightsaber in the polished video game. That's not that.
Let's talk about Vader or Star Wars. The last couple of issues have had this new character. Let's talk about this character because this is a little interesting. I know you guys on the dark side have talked about it. Gary, I saw you talking about it the other night. Does this character have any legs?
They're trying to make her like sort of a foil for Leia, right? Like they're giving Leia sort of like her sort of big like adversary, sort of retrofitting it in there. Again, I'm not your biggest Star Wars guy. Solo Wookiee can tell you that, right? He saw my Star Wars show. It was like, here's some great covers I have. But by the way, hit me up and I'll give you any covers you need for the 40th anniversary. You tell me what you need. I'll give you any of those doubles.
Can I ask a more salient question?
Oh, yeah.
When are we getting a Hive Comics Star Wars comic?
Amen.
We'll get one. We will. We had a plan for one already. What I think Mandalorian isn't it released next month?
Yeah, the IDW book is in December, I think. Isn't it gonna?
But we had plans, and we had Ahsoka Tano in our plans. But Lucasfilms isn't letting people doing Ahsoka covers, and we actually had Peach locked up for it.
Oh boy!
It would have been amazing. I mean, it would have been amazing.
Damn.
I mean, she agreed to I won't do Ahsoka for anybody else. And then Lucasfilms was like, well, you're not going to do it anyway. So,
Well, I mean,
yoinked.
In fairness, that's not the first thing that Lucas has fucked up either. So,
hey, Brian. Then we're just gonna have to talk to the guys about getting us a Go Joe variant because I know that's near and dear to your heart, and plus maybe I can force you to teach me some more things about it.
Well, let's talk a little bit about G.I. Joe.
wait. So I'm sorry. Which girl were you talking about, and whether or not she had legs?
Oh, sorry. You're right. I fucking jumped all over
the
place.
I'm sorry. That's all my fault.
The new character. That new character in Star Wars. 9 or episode or issues.
The assassin?
9. Yeah. Yeah.
You know that person's dead, right?
What do you mean?
Are you talking about Orcho the Sat? Yeah, it's underneath sand, dead.
No, this.
Who are you talking about? You're talking about the one that you just did the second print and put it on the cover of the second print?
Whatever. Whoever that chick is that blew the fucking glass open.
Yeah, it's a Vader. It was someone who failed, and when the Death Star blew up, who was it? Like Tarkin's second in command, and she's trying to prove herself, and she's never been able to do it, so she has daddy issues. And Darth Vader calls her back from this outpost where she's been put at and isolated, and her main mission is to go after Leia. So now she wants Leia to have a painful death, and then Luke confronts her. She blows out a window, kills a bunch of rebels, and end of issue. But they're setting her up as a big adversary for Leia. All right, I'm gonna go look for something else.
That's the character.
Okay, so there's two characters I think that are both like he's bringing up a different. Somebody else will brought up a different character.
No, that's the character I'm talking about. I want to know about that character.
It's going to be the end. It's lights out for both characters. Just so you
know. Why you don't think that they can have stories with her? Like for example, that one Jedi that Vader fought that died. He's lights out, but people love that book. They love that character. So what I mean by legs is legs as in a spec book. Is this something that we can spec on? Is this going to turn into? They could have a story with this character for the next 10 issues, right? And yeah, that character's dead in the movie world or whatever, I guess you say. But they could have a story with this character for the next 10 issues and create this awesome story that gives this book legs. That's what I mean by legs.
Yeah, they could, but dude, it's Star Wars, man. Buy them all. That's my advice.
I mean, like, okay, so this
collectors are collectors.
We're talking spec. We're talking spec.
And this is why I don't think that's true, because you had prior already. Like you've had a similar character. You've had like two. One shows up in Rebels. One shows up in another book that are almost identical.
Okay,
yeah, right. See, they know what I'm talking about. Almost identical to this character, and one of them for sure. I would have thought would have made it. Is that my mic? I'm sorry if that's my mic echoing. But one of them for sure we thought would have made it out 100%, and it didn't. So after that, I think probably no. I don't think it has. Okay, I'm gonna call it. I don't think it has legs. No, I mean, but hey, there's people still paying a lot of money for a droid that Vader destroyed, which everybody knew he was going to destroy. It was only in 4 books because they came out with a B cover and put some stupid little droid that you knew he was going to blow up, and people are paying $10. So if you want a $10 book or whatever, what are they paying for that book? Is it $10?
Let me look it up.
I think it's even more than that now, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, like,
what issue is this?
I don't know, Nico. What did you pay for it?
Yeah,
which one?
The one where he's got the little droid that he destroyed, the one that was following around to the thing. Was it 4 or 3 or something like that? Anyways, look,
I don't fucking know. Do I have one over here?
Nah, you bought it like 3 weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago. You found
it. Do you think it's that, or it's not? It's not the Padme.
And I was, is it the one I was like, this is $200 fucking dollars? You got to be kidding me! Who would pay $200 for this?
No,
6, 7, yeah.
Oh, you mean that?
Yeah, that one right
that
there.
little thing.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's backed out to $6 or $7. I think that's what's going to happen with this book. I think the second print too of the Orcho cat one, the person who's dead underneath the sand. I think it's going to be the same thing. You're going to get $20 pop out of it. So, you know.
Yeah, I don't know that I have a copy.
$4, and that one right there, $3.89 right now. It's going for. I mean, like,
I don't really buy Marvel Star Wars unless it's a first appearance or a weird ratio, and it's got to be a first appearance of like Dr. Aphra.
Yeah.
That thing sold for 80 or $44.95.
Right, because people thought it was going to be something big, but like
this book is the book I'm talking about. This guy's straight dead, and this shit's selling for $30 a pop.
So yeah, but but there's a reason why.
Hold on, sorry, Gary, I got you on mute, brother.
It's not because I can't.
That's a second print.
You're good now, Gary.
And it
and the 1 to 25, right on this. That book was selling hand over foot. That's
big money,
easy money.
But that's all.
Yeah, you know, Star Wars is hard because it's like it's next to impossible for people like me who are not acutely aware of everything that's going on, like
all
Marco,
the nuanced storyline
right?
bullshit, yeah.
To know when to sell stuff, okay? And then there's people who are like Marco who know so much that the irrational market doesn't make any goddamn sense to him.
Yep.
Because it's being driven by guys that know even less than me.
Mm-hmm.
That's the spec market in general. Let's be honest. That's the spec market in general.
I think that is definitely the spec market in general. But I think it's
worse.
It's like pouring napalm on it when it's Star Wars.
Way worse. Like this book right here, that book that you're showing right there. Like,
sorry, I got to go bid on some shit real quick.
Even if you're even with the basis of Star Wars, what do you gamble on Star Wars, right? If you're going to spec, what do you gamble on Star Wars? You gamble on Jedis, you gamble on Sith or huge baddies, right? You don't grant on Gungans and droids are not two things you should ever bet on, like ever, because it never works out for them. Like it's not a good thing. Like it just
except for the $200 droid variant that makes no sense to me, but like that book sells it for $200 all the time.
No, what I'm saying is like the new droid, like there's also the BB-8 and the Sand, the IDW cover too. Like I get that, but that's the rare, like that's a super rarity. Like it's a second. Characters that are dead typically don't do well in Star Wars in the end game. Like some of them do now because they're bringing them back, but I generally wouldn't gamble on a dead or a character that in 2 or 3 books is going to get destroyed.
Yeah, so I guess my point is sort of like I think there's the most opportunity with stuff like Star Wars that soon there'll be the most opportunity with stuff like G.I. Joe.
G.I. Joe.
But because there's such undeveloped markets, as far as comics go, Transformers probably later down the line when you start to see another round of films roll out or somebody actually tease out and figure out all the characters, because it's like the Wild West, right? Like there's not a lot of really sophisticated buyers and sellers who've been and lived with the content for years and years and decades, like there is with traditional Marvel and DC stuff. Theoretically, it could be like that for Green Lantern too.
You guys want to trigger Marco? Look at what that book's selling for, bro.
Yeah.
Which one? The painted cover?
Star Wars 81.
The Sarlacc pit?
Yeah, Boba Fett escapes the Sarlacc pit. Hot book.
Well, that's only $20, dude. That book in high grade has sold for that price for a long time.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, part of the problem here is and part of what Nico's saying is that there's some niche markets out there that are similar to Star Wars, but Star Wars tends to be the worst. You're not only competing with the spec guys, but you're competing with the Star Wars guys.
Whoa.
And when you're buying against the Star Wars guys, those guys are out there, they're hunting, they're digging, they're buying everything because they're completionists and they want one of everything and they want one of every book and they want one of every variant. So now you got guys that are digging and they're going through those boxes and they're pulling out every book, and it doesn't matter whether or not, I mean, the Star Wars guy he's not pulling out every Star Wars book to go home and sell them. He's pulling out every Star Wars book to go home and put them in his long box and sit on them. If you don't believe me, I have 4 long boxes sitting right back here that I've been going through trying to fucking organize for the last 3.5 hours.
Yeah, and I don't want to use the term fringe market in a pejorative or disparaging way, but it's the only kind of word I can think of to describe it, right? Star Wars is one.
More like a niche market.
A niche market.
Right. Yeah.
Star Wars is one. Late printings is another one.
Yeah.
The DCU variants, retailer variants.
Spawn,
because
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Exactly.
Those guys are the same way.
smaller print runs, smaller markets, rabid fan base.
Yep.
Yeah.
People who are willing to spend serious money. And I think that in those niche markets, the only reason I like Fringe is because it's like they're on the edge, but they're still within the fucking community. And that is really where I think you can make a ton of cash.
Right.
So I would
stuff.
I would be a little bit careful with some of this stuff though. Like there are 2 points. One, Nico, remember you showed us the Marvel
there's so much risk. You're 100% right.
And what I said about Solo, Solo said earlier is right. Like I buy long boxes of Marvels for years, even though people didn't want them. But Nico showed me a random book one time. He's like, "Why is this book selling so much?" And I told him flat out because it's like number 67 in the Marvel series. And he goes, "Well, what does that mean? Is there anything important?" I go, "No, that's the whole point. It's not important." It was a 9.8. Like then 9.8 collectors started getting into the Star Wars game. Mm-hmm. But remember, that might not be a Star Wars collector. That might just be a 9.8 collector. You know what I mean? And you can't find, because Star Wars collectors, I mean, I've bought a lot of Star Wars collections, and I usually buy them for like 6 books, 8 books in there.
You're talking volume 1 Marvel.
Yeah, volume 1 Marvel. Yep.
To be clear.
Yeah, to be clear. And like they were like, you're lucky if you find them with backers. Like it's very rare if I find a Star Wars Marvel 1 collection with backers. I mean, number 1 usually has it, but like you don't find them with boards, man.
People read those books. Growing up, you read the Star Wars books. Like that was like, oh, we saw the movies, we read the books, that, you know, and that's why you have like the more narrow the market gets, like Nico was saying, like as you get more and more niche, it's a double-edged sword, because 1, you have more buyers for those books. Number 2, you have more buyers for those books. So it's increasing, you know, the prices where you could, you know, try to corner a market on something, because there are so many people out there from different hobbies collecting. So you have your Star Wars, you have your comic guys, you have your just total 9.8 slab collectors, as you said, like collecting everything across the board. It's really narrowing down what you can, how you can afford to get in that game and make a profit on that, right? So we want to be able to tell people, instead of just putting out a list of, here are 25 books to look for with these characters in them, we have to figure out how are we telling people, like High Republic's coming, right? That's the next Star Wars thing. What are books people should be looking for? Not spending money on these like 1 to 50, 1 to 100s that they're going to, you know, blow their load on. But what are books they could be looking on that are out there now that people aren't looking at, that might have like repercussions for High Republic? That's what you want to do with comic speculators, because if you're not educating them, if they're just chasing those books that we're putting out there, that's destroying.
Which is what happened to Star Wars. I mean, that's really what happened to Star Wars, is they went up. Like there's books, and even some of the prices that are going, and you're like, that's even in the speculation game, like it's very tough. There's things people are calling first that are
not first.
Yeah. There's things that people are calling appearances that by any other mean, even if you're going to do the 180, 181 argument, that doesn't even make it like, even if you're going to do cell phone, like I'm just saying, like there's some stuff in there that's very interesting what people are calling it. And some of them are wording it a little bit differently, mainly on eBay, and it's not, or whatever. But yeah, there's stuff people are going out and you're like, why are you going there? Obviously we try to, on our show, we try to tell you what we got the books honestly for. And that's usually the price some of those should, but like, you know, there's always been a big run. Like Gary said, like there's always been a reader base of these. And I told Nico when he was first getting into it, like they're asking like, oh, well, what's the key book? And I'm like, well, this is the key run. And why you say that is because that's how it used to be collected. Like that's how everybody did that. Like everybody did it that way. And now you see people, but now they're doing the opposite. Now they're not just collecting runs. They're just wiping out, I've seen people just go in and at $10 a book, wipe out a short box of garbage. And like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And
yeah, it's wild. They were doing it at the show today.
Yeah.
Do you have any Star Wars? Cool. Okay. How much for all of them? I was just like,
just
are you gonna look at them?
No, they're just wiping out a bunch of it.
Right.
And
so here's one, Marco. I'll ask you, and I'll ask Solo Wookie. Here's a book that I think should heat up probably more than it does. Why doesn't this book heat up?
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. Oh no, I love that. Okay, so this is it. This is why, because people don't know. Like we've been talking about covering this, and we kind of just want people to get unfortunately we're showing it, but like we want people to get into the series now, right? Like because this is a great character.
Can you guys explain who it is, please?
Lance the Hunter.
But
and
so
that's Star Wars number 36 or something. 16.
So what he was he was in. Do you want me to explain what he is?
Just want to know like who the character is. Who's the character?
That's it though. Like I think that's part. Well, it might not be, but I think that's part of the reason why. Because when you just say the character, it doesn't mean much. But like when you actually see what he is, and they've already linked him up to Han Solo now because he's been put into the actual canonization of Imperial Cadet, right? And then you see that go to the next set of books where you end up putting him in the Hunt for Vader, right? And then now if the Boba Fett thing happens, everybody's like, oh, do we really need, Solo Wookiee, they're giving him a hard time and Absolute the other time, but they're like, do we really need another Boba Fett show? No, but yes. Like, what if you do like the Scoundrel books throughout the history, and we're talking about scoundrels, we're talking about bounty hunters and like that type of stuff. If you come
Pirates.
up with, all those guys, Han Solos, the smugglers, all those. If you can come back, if you could bring that into the series, and remember, Lucas was going to do 1919, like that's what it was going to be about, right? Like if you can do that, you got he's a perfect example of a character that would translate through that you've already laid the sea work down for. He's somebody that you can push in and do a couple things. And there's some books that he's already had, like that Boba Fett cover that they did for him was at 1 in 25. There's some sweet books out there that were pretty popular with fans already to push it out. So like there's a lot of good things working for that. Plus you have him interacting with some of your most favorite scoundrels. You have him interacting with Han Solo. You have him interacting with Bosk, Boba Fett, IG-88. You have him the new bounty hunter people that they're bringing out. You have them with Forlo and Zuckuss.
Forlo.
That's a good what? Oh, Forlo.
Forlo.
Yeah.
Well, and people think he is a precursor character to the character that first appears in the Timothy Zahn books, right?
Silo. Yeah. Yeah. So he
Can you kind of explain that?
Because of the cybernetic portion of it.
Yeah.
I mean that's it. Like it's not it. So that character. Okay. So that character, I would debate is based off of a different character. But like. Yeah,
I sold that book raw for $100. I'm still pissed
because with this character, they pretty much have done him pretty close. Like he's another one of the ones like Thrawn. Like if you read Heir to the Empire, right, and then you read Thrawn, it's not the same thing. Like you got to remember, Timothy like made Heir to the Empire at one point just to screw Dark Empire and a couple other books because he was mad that they like wanted to throw in all these characters and they wanted to do the cloning thing. Like he really did it to mess around. So like he screwed up the thing that they bring in the timeline, and obviously between fans because Star Wars wasn't. When the Thrawn book came out and when that Matina came out, right? Like that was fans. Like it's like the Galaxy Edge series or like the TIE Fighter series or like where some of the other little mini series that did really good and people weren't. The Kylo Ren when it came out before the movie. Those were fans. Those were true fans that were out there eating these books up, and speculators lost out on them because they didn't know, they couldn't understand it. Now that's Thrawn
was all over that Thrawn book, by the way.
Yeah. What's that? I can't hear that. What'd you say?
Is my mic working all right? I'm sorry. I'm still like in the infantile stage of getting everything to work where I'm at.
No, it was yeah.
Yeah, it was fine.
It was more of a statement. Adam Lebednik was all over that Thrawn book when it dropped, doing the what was it, the Wednesday? I forget the name of his article, but
the week after Wednesday, the Wednesday one.
I think it was the Wednesday one, if I'm not mistaken. This is a while back. I could be wrong, but.
That's good. I mean, that was good. I will tell you this. I had bought in 2 copies because I bought them for under ratio. And people have heard this before. And then I went to a con for a third one. And the guy had it. And this was 2 or 3 weeks after it out. And he had it up for like $60. And I was like, you're never going to sell that. Because it's really just a rendition of 2 things. The dust jacket and the novel, right? And I thought it was just something that at that time, that was the first time where you kind of saw like, oh, wait, guys are going to start speculating on Star Wars books. Because that book, unless you're a fan, it did the price jumping in 2 weeks. That was the first time. I mean, besides Afra, which That's another.
After it was hot out the gate, I'm fucking
it's
tired
not
of
out the
people
gate.
acting like it wasn't hot out the gate.
no,
I
it
find it
wasn't.
to be.
It was.
I'm like, were you not collecting
Halloween
comics then? Or were you
Yeah,
not
they-
good at comics? Or are you just full of shit? Like what? It's like a fucking trope. It's so annoying.
But that's
Anyhow.
the Thrawn. But the Thrawn book was the same way. It was not as hot, mind you. But you do remember they had that. What was that? 1 in 25 or a 1 in 50, something like that. I can't remember what it was for the ratio.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
25.
But all those were selling, like all those variants, even because they had a bunch of 1 in 5s and stuff like that. All that stuff was selling out. I mean, it wasn't completely sold out because they did a huge print run on it because it was right off the Rebels thing. But like that was really popular. Aphra, on the other hand, is just a hugely popular character from the gate. There's 4 prints. There's isn't it a Halloween free book too? Didn't that come out that same year?
Yeah.
Something like that. Like she was all over the place. Is she something they can develop right off the bat? Probably not. You're probably going to be holding on to that for a while, just because you're gonna like. One, you don't want to. There's like a lot of reasons why. But Black Series just said they're dropping something called Indiana, and that could be Indiana Jones and the basis between Indiana Jones and Dr. Aphra is like a link, so that could be the code word for that. If they drop off a second tier of Black Series on her, it's probably going to be quicker. But that last audio novel that she had is very, very. You want to talk about niche on top of a niche? That's niche on top of niche because like that's niche in the Star Wars market, right? So it is what it is. But
if you're going to buy it now because until they've talked about doing a show for Aphra, and that's the only thing that's going to make it super hot. That's Star Wars, man. Welcome to TMNT. Welcome to all those other ones. When you start tying in video games, comic books, TV show, well, Disney Plus, I guess is what you call it at this point. The movies, the stuff. That's when you start hitting that big hit. So,
why isn't there an Indiana Jones Aphra homage? Wouldn't that be a great fucking variant?
Yeah, I think that's. I see the boys down there thinking about it right now.
I'm just saying.
There's her character's based off 2 things. Like her character's based off of somebody's Dungeon and Dragon character, and then like.
I mean, I know you explained to me about the cosplayer or whatever.
But what I'm saying is,
I can think of better homages than that. I mean, why not do the fucking C-3PO R2D2 hieroglyph in the back of fucking Indiana Jones? You know, I mean.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
She's like Tomb Raider mixed with Belloc, right? She's like you take Belloc's personality, put it in Tomb Raider, boom, you have Doc Aphra there, and you get Drew Struzan. Is that his name? The guy who does all those great posters. He'd be great for an homage cover. Good, there you go, Hive Comics. Take Doc Aphra, Star Wars. Make that happen.
Yeah, drop Aphra into a pit with the arc in the background and the hieroglyphic of the R2 and 3PO on there, straight from the movie, and fucking boom, gold.
I think we've got our brain trust here on variants. So let me show you guys something real quick.
Hold on,
oh boy, hold on. Let's see.
We're reaching out to IDW on that one.
There you go. Nice.
So we'll see if that one pans out or if Lucasfilm shuts us down on that one too.
Oh, God have mercy.
Can you just go straight to like I don't know,
Dave Filoni?
Yeah, Filoni or Favreau.
Who's got an email address?
Who's
got an email address? Can we get any?
Yeah.
Hello, John. John Favreau.
Can we?
Your money, baby. You don't even know it.
Can we tweet Kennedy at this point, or?
Do you remember at this point with High Republic where it is in the timeline, though, right? Like it's all that's like the exciting part, right? And like how I know everybody here, like the rumors of everything else. We've heard tons of rumors. Obviously, we talk about it over there and kind of killed some of them and been pretty accurate with what we thought the format has been so far. And do know with High Republic though, they're not playing. Like this is everything. This is cross every medium. Every new character is going to, and not long down the road. That's why they delayed this. The stuff's done already, bro. Like it's not like they needed to, because of all the things going on, they needed to delay that. That's not why they delayed it. They have a very specific plan because it's so large that they are going to push this through. You are going to get, and we would be talking for 3 hours on how. Go down that, to see how that's going.
Let me ask you this question.
Sorry, Nico.
It reads like a reboot for. It reads like their attempt to push what they did with Rebels almost. Like to me, it really does to that effect. Like I could see it straight out the gate. To me, it reads like a new animated series that they're going to run for years and years.
Yeah, it's
much more, you know.
But it's massive. So you got to think about that. That's so what portion you read on that? Yes, but they literally have split it up into subsections, and there's a certain chalkboard out there. If you read it, you know what they're doing with this. Okay, maybe I should dig that up someplace and we'll put it up sometime. But like, they're taking old storylines from the old canon things, reimagining them, cleaning them up, putting them in there, and then doing this like. It's going to be cool, but they're going to give everybody like there's so many factions of Star Wars, right? Like there's so many factions that people like at different parts. They're literally trying to do it all and do it across every single medium at once. So like they're trying not to burn you out, but at the same time they're trying to give you every single thing, right? Like it's going to be quality. So they're going to come.
And unlike the movies, they're trying to make sure that it all placates well. They're trying to make sure that when you're going down that road and you take a right because there's a fork in the road, so you're going down Mando and now they're going to give you Obi-Wan, so there's your fork, and you go down Obi-Wan on the right, well, okay, now they're going to give you, and they just dropped the Darth Bane, Darth Maul stuff, and they're like, hey, that might be coming here, folks, so they're going to be able to tie in and make sure that you know, ties into not only the Obi-Wan, but they want it to tie in and be relevant to you know, what they already have going on in Mando. Plus, they want to be relevant to, you know, the timeline and the movies and all of that. So for every fork that they got, and with Rebels and with Ahsoka and with Boba Fett, and so they're really making sure that all of this does, every fork is another fork that ties into all the other forks. And they're actually doing a really damn good job.
It looks like they are. Like, look, you're going to get your bounty hunters because that's going to be your pirates because they're doing the pirate portion of it. You're going to get your rebels like you talked about already, right? You're going to get your Clone War portion because you're going to get your Imperial Republic era. So that's going to be pre-Sith new war stuff. You're going to get all that tied in. Then you're going to get your post stuff. The only thing you're not going to get is, I think, real Old Republic, like the video game Old Republic. That's the only thing so far I haven't seen how they could fold a remake of that in. Which is also good news because that means maybe one time down the road they're actually going to remember like that. Yeah, do it. You do an Old Republic.
All right, real quick. So we're talking. All right, go ahead, Gary.
No. I was just going to say. So I know they were sending boxes out, right? And the boxes had the novelizations. They had the adventures from IDW. They had the Marvel book as well. And I think that makes sense. Like those IDW adventures books will be the animated, like Rebels sort of portion of that. And then you'll have Charles Soule, right? He's the architect, I guess, of the other portion as well with the novelization and the comics. Yeah. So, all right.
Fine. So I've been showing a lot of books lately on these shows because I'm going through. This is all stuff. This is all stuff going to grading right there, right? Crazy. So these are some of the Star Wars books that I've pulled out from that stuff, right? That I'm sending in.
This is dope cover. I fucking love that
this
book.
is going to have to go to CBCS, unfortunately, but this was available for a long time on his website for $15. This cover, so really cool cover, Alex Ross cover, of course.
And that cover right there is a total homage and throwback to the holiday special that came out back in was that 79 or 80? 80?
Yeah,
80. When with the Boba Fett cartoon, the first time we ever really saw Boba Fett.
I really love this character. Shout out to Sleepy John, who I bought these from. Really nice condition. This is the Quinlan Voss character. So love this character.
I have a question for the experienced Star Wars guys.
God, those are so dope. I love mine.
I
wish they were both aluminum.
This book, I love this cover. I just love that cover. But this book, one of the all-time greatest Star Wars covers. There you go, Half Price Crook. All right, these books, I can't believe how much these are going for. Raw, these are like $100 book, easy, right? This is Knights of the Old Republic 31. First Malik or sometime where they call him Malik or something in this book.
He changes his name over to Malik.
Yeah, this book is blowing up. I had no clue that it was selling for that much. But be careful because it's got like an insert in it that you need to know about and can mess it up. of course, these, and then another one of these. So those are some Star Wars books that I am sending out, and all spec worthy still. I think that most of those you're not going to get in for cheap. That is. So hold on, we got something here. What is this gorgeous book?
What's your guys' deep cut thoughts on Kickstarter variants for indie books?
Love it.
Wow.
As a matter of fact,
I know.
I just went going through these boxes to find those Star Wars books. I just flipped by a couple Cyberfrog books. So I love the Kickstarter stuff. And we can see whether you like, I'm not going to get into political views or stuff, whatnot, but what Van Sciver has shown through Kickstarter is that it can be done. And a lot of these creators have an out to go put their material out the way that they want it, and it works. And a lot of these Brian Pulido is also another one that has been doing it for years. He does some really good Kickstarters with Coffin Comics and stuff. So I'm all about those Kickstarters.
Todd McFarlane did a Kickstarter. I'm waiting to get my overpriced damn solid fat pack of fucking toys, man. That thing's gonna be dope as hell.
What was that book that you were holding up?
That was Franklin and Ghost, Rats and Crows. It's now Source Point Press property.
Oh, nice.
Source Point Press is Rats and Crows, and it was a Kickstarter. There was 3 variants, four variants for Kickstarter. This is one of the 299s, and we had a 10, but we let Garrett Gunn keep it, the writer.
Nice.
He's a dear friend of ours. He's the one that hooked us up with these anyways and signed them for us. So
that's very cool.
They're impossible to find. They're really hard to find. They've been sitting. They're eBay $600-700 books all day long.
I love books like that you just never know. Like we would run by those books in a bin or see those, and you just never know.
Well, and he's been doing some interesting stuff with his properties. He's got Last Wolf Legion now.
They were another Ox Media.
Yeah, Ox Media with Source Point Press and stuff. But his is already, it's being voice acted as a cartoon, and they've got Billy Bob Thornton and a couple of other notable voice actors.
Damn,
it's coming. It's coming as a cartoon.
Along with I don't know if you guys have heard of his Warcorns.
Oh yeah, Warcorns.
No.
Warcorns.
Hold on, let me see this.
Unicorns.
Oh shit!
It's like a unicorn military. Yeah, Jonathan can probably explain it better, but
and it's in the same universe as Franklin and Ghost, which Garrett also put out another book. We got who's that? James. Oh yeah, that one.
Shit.
Oh shit! Yeah, we did a bunch for this one actually. Cold Dead Hands.
Oh yeah.
Dude, my buddy John's so butthurt because he ordered the metal cover and then he sold it to make his like initial purchase for his vehicle, and he wants one now. I'm like, John, you got a car out of the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, but he loves that book, that Cold Dead Hands book.
And they're all in the same universe.
Yeah.
Nice.
And they're all prepping to be animated series.
Yeah.
Wow.
Full animated series, more along the lines of Rick and Morty. You know.
So 9/9s and 10s. Did you guys send them straight from the printer to get them graded, or how? I mean, did you just get super lucky, or how? You said you had a couple. What's your magic?
I don't know, dude. I get a lot of 9/9s.
Yeah, we've got there's a lot sitting around here. Jonathan's pretty good.
Not a bad problem.
Yeah, Jonathan's good at picking them. He did.
I'm anal about it. I'm just like, no,
it has everything to do with the cardstock covers, I'm sure.
We did.
What's that?
Aren't the covers cardstock? Like a thicker cardstock?
Not on that Kickstarter. No.
Not on a Kickstarter?
No, I've gotten a lot of 9/9s that aren't
nice.
I've heard of first world problems, but that's fucking ridiculous, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, we had Matt Nelson, the head grader for CGC, on, and I asked him that question, like, so what the fuck is a 9.9? And like, what qualifies as a 10? And he gave a really precise and kind of thoughtful answer about that, that I thought was, I mean, it's not like I prepped him, like, would you please have a scripted answer for this for me? And he just knocked it out of the park. And I thought that interview was smart. You know what I mean? Like, I wish I could have spent like a day picking his brain instead of like an hour. I hope we can get him back on. But he's just sharp about about kind of like dissecting books and in weird ways that I would have never even thought about. How many of those books do you think you look at before you decide which ones you're going to send? All of them?
I look at a huge portion of them, yeah. I mean,
Nice.
I would say, so we showed that Origins Stan Yak cover that we just did for Origins #1. I went through every comic, and I would say 95% of that run was probably 9.8.
Wow.
But I'm super anal about it. I'm looking at them really close. It's just, and we do have a presser, but we don't really use our presser a lot.
We use them a lot for personal submissions, or not personal submissions, but hive submissions. When we're a little nervous, IDW's not known for the best paper quality, or I'm not.
It's an understatement.
It's off IDW, but we did have. If you guys don't know, we had an issue with our Sleeping Beauties, our first book that was supposed to come out. We had a probably, I'm not even exaggerating, probably a 96% damage rate. So we ended up,
wow.
We destroyed the entire run. Had them reprint it at a different printer. We told them we didn't get done with.
Was that printing or was that shipping that destroyed them?
A lot of it was printing issues. It was a lot of the same stuff. It was like the same stuff that you saw when you remember Kanto.
Mm-hmm.
The common issues with that. It was like that, but add on spine ticks. Yeah. So that same folds and then spine ticks on top of it. So I mean, it was a huge thing for us. That's why, I mean, Sleeping Beauties was our first book, and it came out. We had like 2 releases come out before we got our actual printing in hand. We had customers waiting 4 months for that book. It was a big thing. But
how often, or what is the average damage per shipment or whatever you want to call it, print run, like percentage wise?
It would depend on what you qualify as damage. For us, it's anything below 9.4. For a lot of people, it's anything below 9.0. I would say below 9.0, 10%. Below 9.4, 20, 25, 30% sometimes. So, I mean, we've got boxes here stacked full of what we would deem as damages that most people might not, but we do. So
good on you, dude. I want to give you mass kudos for destroying them books and saying that's not good enough for our customers, because half of the other people in the world would have just pushed that shit out. So kudos to you guys for saying, no, we set the standard a little higher and, saying, hey, look, guys, I'm sorry you got to wait, but they weren't good enough for our customers.
Oh, and our customers were so fantastic. I think we had one order cancellation through the whole thing.
But I heard that guy was a bitch anyway, so that don't matter.
So do you guys have to eat that cost of what you destroyed and then repurchase?
On that one we did.
With that one, we weren't. They didn't accept our call on what was damages. Yeah, they were like, "That's acceptable." I'm like 8 or 9 spine ticks on every book. Like, so we, that was our first book, a big book for us. So we paid to do the other printing. So
unbelievable.
For the most part, publishers are pretty good about it though, and if they can't reprint, they'll refund or credit. For us, it doesn't work as well. If we were an LCS doing variants, then credits work great. We order our books for the next diamond allocation and we're set. but for us, it doesn't work as well. But we've been lucky lately. I think lately our last 3 or 4 books, damage has been minimal. Last Ronin, we pulled two damages. You know, I mean, those books are beautiful. Square bound, gloss cover, fit gloss cover. Those books are beautiful.
Yeah, other than the wave.
On that one.
I'll be right back, fellas.
Those were like Batman Damned. Yeah. You know?
Yeah. I see we got Ultra in the house tonight. What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing good. And I see
Gary's in the house too. I've been trying to catch you guys as much as I could. I was out and about this evening.
Hell yeah, man.
You're such a liar. You were like, fucking mute this guy, mute this guy, mute this guy.
We know how it is.
We know you better than that, Ultra. You're like, no, mute this guy. You weren't catching us. You were muting us intermittently.
No, I was. Well, obviously, I was occupied, but I was doing my best. I was doing my very level best.
I see. We've even got something locked and loaded for some little Ultra Maximus Raw report stuff, huh?
Well, I just had some questions, and especially because we got some Star Wars heavy guys in here. I want to talk to him about some things.
Son of a bitch.
Okay.
Sorry, did I say that out loud?
Nico almost escaped the Star Wars stuff. But I have other things in there too. It's just I got like 2 books I want to talk about.
All right, you ready?
Ready. Hit me.
There you go.
All right, now we're in the Matrix. There it is. So, do you guys know about this one?
No.
This is X-Men number 15, and it's the Momoko Fever continuing because that's a Peach Momoko cover.
It's not a bad Peach Momoko cover because of the character, right?
Correct. I think it's a very fitting.
That's not Dupe, is it?
No. So
she's wearing the helm.
That's the mother, right?
Yeah.
That's
Genesis. Genesis wearing the helm of M.
That was a good joke. That joke
Such a great series.
Among nerds, that joke killed.
Let's get into some X. I'm always down to get into some X-Men talk.
Before we get into some X-Men talk, I got to ask the Star Wars guys about this. What do they know about the High Republic stuff that's coming? Because that is what is on my mind at the moment.
Bye.
Marco's on mute already, and there we go.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. So, and I think that's like because we covered some of it earlier. I think some of the guys like Maxwell in the chat and a couple of the other guys kind of have similar points. Like Maxwell's really good. I think we agree with him on a lot of stuff. And then while I'm mispronouncing names, he's always correcting me, which is always kind of dope. But that's their thing. Like that's their Marvel universe, like Endgame, right? Like they are. Oh, Patrick, too good. I mean, like that's what they're going to do. Like that is where everybody's guessing on the Old Republic and a lot of other things. They have stated like that's their baby. That's what they're going to be pushing out. It's going to be all inclusive, like, but not like it's not a small piece. Like, you know how sometimes with Marvel or even with Star Wars, Disney as a whole, they try to make all exclusive things supposedly, and then some people get butthurt and they're like, that's not mine. That's not what I like. Yeah. This concept is that it literally is for every single person. So if you're a movie person, they're going to have something for you. If you are a Rebels Dave person, that's going in there too. You got to, I mean, look, the stuff that Soul does, and he's going to do a novel and he's going to do a comic. Like the stuff he does is good. Like you can see the maps that he's laying down where he puts stuff in comics that end up showing up like years later, just like stuff that ends up showing up years later. I mean, it's really good. So you take that, you take Calvin Scott, which obviously I know you asked the question about Vader's Castle on your top 10 show, but like you take those guys already that have gotten kind of these small hits in the new common world. You take some of the best writers doing the background stories on this stuff, like Gray, that are just phenomenal. I mean, you're missing like 2 people in it, but besides that, like, yeah, it has all the potential to be a hit.
But heavy writer organization and influence is going to be orchestrated through this organized universe. But
so there's these pictures out there. You guys can go hunt them, and it's in a brainstorming session, and it's in they took all these people and put them into like, it wasn't Rancho Obi-Wan, but it was kind of on the Lucas area or whatever like that, and they had these huge brainstorming sessions, and they let these fake blackboards, like chalk race boards, they let a fake board go, and everybody was like, oh yeah, cool, yeah, except for there's one where they didn't check the effing reflection. Like, that's how crazy this is. But like, they didn't check that from reflection. And there's a sideboard and another sideboard, and you can see which ones they circled, and they were putting them in tier ranks of how they were moving through the system and what they were going to completely toss and throw out and what they were going to move down the line.
Okay,
and
well, that actually helps tremendously, because that's exactly what I was getting at. Because the whole question for the speculation players are the people who are wondering. We're hearing buy. That's all we're hearing is everything. Pick up everything, because it's going to be all new first appearances.
And that's why everyone's saying buy, because this is a whole no. We're not seeing Vader. We're not seeing Luke Skywalker again. We're not seeing that shit's old. It's gone. Done. They're done with it. They don't.
Well, it's in the future. They just haven't got there yet. That's
right.
the story that they're doing.
Yes, but you're going to see a whole new run of more characters that you're not used to seeing. You're going to see a whole new, introduction to a lot of things and people you're not used to seeing. So
variations, I like that. I like that a lot.
Okay, so this is the problem, because somebody might have just said this too. Like, do understand it's going to be massive as far as print 2. And you're not going to be picking the winners. The winners aren't going to come out of the box right away.
Right.
Like, it's a long-term plan. You can try to force in certain things that you think people are going to like. You do have 2 writers that have kind of hit home runs. What's going on, Matt? You have two writers who've kind of hit home runs, like, and have put little parts in it. But remember, their stuff that they hit on wasn't like that book that he showed earlier. The character, that's not the character. The Jedi Dad character is not why people buy that book. But the reason why that book does well isn't because of something they showed, like their book. It was like something that happened like a year and a half later, and it's not the first book, and it's not the second book. And you could find those in, like, you could find the book for a while in like $1 or $5 bins and stuff like that, because it had already passed its prime.
Right.
And Aaron knows that. Like, he's the opposite of Donnie Cates, right? We talked about Cates earlier, how Cates will get on, go out by 1, 3, 6. I mean, Matt heard the interview with Cates. It was terrible. But like, Aaron's different. Aaron just thinks everything Star Wars is kind of cool, right? Like, and it is. I mean, it really is to him. He's such a fanboy. But he is also one of those fanboys that likes that Easter egg, the Mandalorian first episode. Yeah. Like, that's what he likes.
I should have shown those slides backwards. I'm sorry, Nico. I'm so sorry. But
go ahead. Yeah, I'll stop there. We can do it next week.
But no, that's. I mean, it's. I get it, man. It's huge, and I just wanted to see if there was anything new you had to the table. I was driving home and I missed some stuff. But as far as some of these other Extra Swords things, and I definitely want to give Brian an opportunity to talk about them. But Brian, if you haven't seen, there are 2 variants for Wolverine #7.
I'll give you the screen here.
Real quick. Find the character in the new release that you, out of all of them, try and find as many of them as you can. The one that's the most visually appealing to you is normally the one that's the most visually appealing to everybody else when Star Wars comes out new like that.
So we're getting deep in Extra Swords. This is 18 of 22. Wolverine staring at a cup of death. What do you think?
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Wait, was that? Oh no, I thought that was some Thundercats looking sword there for a second.
Right. Now this one's interesting. So Wolver Phoenix, you guys know there's a lot going on with the Phoenix stuff over in Avengers. So this is just some interesting variants for that. But Extra Swords is on the verge of wrapping up. Stop sharing. There we go. So I know, did McClay share my screen and then dip out? Yep, that's exactly what he did. So anybody else Extra Swords on board? I know it's a pretty big buy-in, especially coming off of Empire, and Empire was apparently extremely.
The only reason I'm not buying it is because I'll pick them up at half price books for half cover,
right?
In a month or so, and I found a local comic shop near where I just moved to, about an hour from Columbus, that dumps all their books once they can't. It's in an old mall, like it's eerie, because everything's shut down because of COVID. But a comic book shop and like Foot Locker, and it's a big mall, but they have probably 60 long boxes at any given point in time, and that's where all of their. I mean, condition is a gamble, but like just to read it.
Yeah.
I'll wait. I don't buy trade paperbacks, but I'll definitely buy, dollar books for runs like that. Where, I mean, last time I was there, I probably picked up 13 of the House of X, Powers of X, or House of 10, Powers of 10, for $1 a piece.
So
and I started kicking myself because I was paying $5-6 for those. I was buying the variants. But that's just me.
So like on
Mel's complaining there's no Walmarts near him. So
yeah, I mean, I skipped out on taking a trip there today because the news got so hot. I was just like, yeah, I'm not even going to worry about it. It's already out. So, but if you,
I got you, dude. I bought one of each of what you asked for.
It's one of those things. It's like the thrill of the chase for me. It's like I really appreciate like when I know I can go get a book and then I just choose not to, and then I just like I'll go on to something else. There's 1,000,001 other books out there to chase. But I will back up just what McClay and I were talking about in other places too, is how I said that X-Men right now is the best X-Men story I've read forever. I think it's better than
House of X. Powers of X.
Since then, yes, but the just that whole run since Hickman has gotten control of it, even a little bit before then, I've enjoyed it because I was paying attention to a lot of the precursors. I'm noticing trends for a couple of books that I just want people to notice, and I know the second print thing is played out, and everybody's just pointing out second prints left and right. But the extermination, and I think I even talked about this like in an article someplace before where I used to write those. The extermination #1, it's got an Amanda Connor 1/50 variant, but it's also got a second print variant with Kid Cable on the cover of it. And it's like the first time you actually fully see Kid Cable, as far as I know. I got to go back and really research Extermination through her a little bit thicker just to confirm. But Exoswords again. I think we're into one of the best X-Men swords or X-Men books I've read in my life, and I've read a lot.
I don't know. I was on the board with you up until the most recent issue where you just paid $3.99 for 14 recycled pages again.
Yeah, I mean, but that's basically every Marvel comic. So I mean, I'm not really sweating it too much. But the entertainment value in Marauders. I mean, you have to read it's best to read a bunch of them at one time to really get the full scenery. But there's a lot of story buildup that's required. I thought the Marauders issue was probably the best because it showed Storm dancing with death.
Yeah, I mean, I've loved Hickman's X-Men stuff. For me, House and Powers all the way through, like it's one of those where you have to buy every tie-in to kind of get the story. Otherwise, you're missing bits and pieces. Yeah. And there's weeks when you're sitting there and you get on the register and they're like, all right, so your total is $150.75, and your wallet's crying as you're just dropping $100 in comics to keep in this story.
Yeah, you're doing this all wrong, brother.
No, absolutely not. So I read. I mean, House of X and Powers of X was like a book every other week. Every week.
Right.
So you can alternate. Now it's not terrible. It's only like 2 books, like 3 maybe released in the same week at most. It hasn't been terribly hard on the wallet, but I'm very selective. So I'll buy books that I'm gonna read, but I'll read the variants that I buy. Ooh, you heard me. I read every book, even the A covers and stuff like that, just to make sure everything's there. Of course.
No, I'm kind of
still-
with Matt. I did the same thing. I went and I got all the House of X Powers of 10 and I mean I don't even actually buy the books that I do get now. I literally work at the comic shop, and that's how I get paid, is through comic books. And after I think it was Swords 3, I gave up. I was like, I'm not even chasing these anymore. I'm not going to chase 22 books through 4 different titles like this. I hate when they do that.
And this is meant for the most hardcore of X-Men fans to be chasing all of these books. And that's exactly what Marvel banked on, is they were like, look, we know we're going to get some heat out the gate. The crossover, the realignment, the retconning, all that stuff out of the gate with 6 issues, House of X Powers of 10. That was just the setup. And now we're in more of, okay, now we can get into more universe building. And this is probably, do you guys know how Hickman stretched out Avengers and New Avengers for like 40 something issues? Infinity, he's got more mapped out, and this is basically like from what I'm understanding, he had an entire Marvel universe cut out, and then he's like was told that he couldn't do any of his X-Men stuff, and that was because of the rights going on with the movies, because they wanted the Marvel universe to more mimic what they were going to be translating into other media. So now that they've Marvel's been like, okay, hey Hickman, here's the handcuffs, let me see them. Okay, they're off. Go do what you want. And he's like, okay, cool. Playing in the sandbox. 4D chess. I mean, there's a little bit of that, but the biggest thing I see is the whole retconning of Apocalypse. And this is retribution for how badly he was interpreted in the Fox movie. I gotta say, it was probably a low point in X-Men fandom to see one of the strongest villains to ever face the original 5 X-Men, have him kind of like reduced to a very, very different, very too far different. Like, we understand creative needs in the movie universes and things that have to alter to be able to grab the audience, but that was just like blatant. Like, it was almost as bad as Psylocke.
Yeah, but they've been picking away in the comics. They've been picking away at him too. Like when they redid that Age of the, like when you say best, like I think a lot of people here agree too, because we were all around the same age when they came out with Age of Apocalypse, the original one with the lead in and everything to that. Like that was a great event. I mean, that was a great event. I think you liked, and I think ever since then they tried to get that feeling back for that character, and they have not done that character justice.
All right. So if you read Age of Apocalypse, did you read Legion Quest?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So we all know that Legion Quest also was reprinted in X-Men Archives, which was pretty awesome to think. It's also got it's like the first reprinting of the New Mutants 25 and 26 for his first appearances also. Legion, however, with the whole Fox TV series and things like that, he's definitely, his adaptation was probably one of the better ones done over there at that network.
Yeah, David. Yeah. I mean, they did a good job. I'm saying with David, they did a good job. What I'm saying is like when that took off, remember they had those chromium covers, and it was a lot of books, and it was like
a ton of books, and it's the same exact thing that we're going through now.
Yeah, we're going through right now.
I actually had the gold covered trade paperbacks. Do you remember those?
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I think McClay's actually got a couple of them.
Oh, nice.
He's probably going to find them. The Excaliburs. Yeah. Basically, there was a collected edition of all 4 issues.
X-Men,
Amazing X-Men, Excalibur, Gambit and the Externals.
Yep.
X-Man. So yeah, I'm all about that too. But you know where all that went? That went to the most recent Age of X-Man, which was like
sucked.
Total flop.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like they kept. I think it's partly because of the movie, but I think it's partly because of that Age of X-Man too. Like that stuff, they have slowly picked away at all the momentum they got with that character in there in that kind of realm. So I think they had to rebuild something, right?
But now, and I want to point out a couple of things. Marvel was all about streamlining and realigning and stuff like that. Notice the Kree, most of them majority blue, and if you're paying attention to a lot of the characters in X of Swords, a lot of them appear with the blue hue. So I think they're going they're heading towards something there. The problem with the Marvel Universe and mutants right now and the other superpowered beings, the Inhumans, is connecting the two of them and making them related somehow. And being able to kind of retcon the Inhumans to make them fit in the MCU a little bit better than the basically we watched we watched a 1950s Jack Kirby comic on TV when we watched that Inhuman series. Just let's be honest.
Yeah, it was garbage. Real quick, I want to talk about this.
Ooh, Moreland.
What is
right?
What is that? A Playboy?
This is Amazing Spider-Man 30 from this Volume 2. Some people love this as the J. Scott Campbell cover, but some other people know as this is the first appearance of Moreland, who we are seeing a return into comics. And I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that not only could this run, I mean, this run has all the J. Scott Campbell covers in it. Could the run be worth something, or is it just the book? Is the book not worth anything? Who knows? But there are
books always been a key, man. I mean, it's a key because of the Moreland story and his ties to how the Spider-Verse works and kind of the reasons why he's hunting Peter Parker's. Because I didn't, and you guys are going to kill me for this, I didn't read Spider-Verse. So I don't know actually how Spider-Verse works, but I thought the overtone of it was that Moreland travels the Spider-Verse killing Peter Parker's and absorbing their power.
Look at that one too.
Essentially, you're
what is that, Brian?
here.
This is the collected edition that they put out. It's a comic. It's a straight up comic. It's got issues 30 through 32.
Nice. It's kind of like that Venom #1 that has Venom 1, the couple of collected editions in Venom 1 in it. Yeah.
I mean, call me crazy, but there's
crazy
this week. Yeah, thank you. This week, there's 2 books that came out that are full of spec for Marvel and what I think they're trying to do with their cinematic universe moving forward. They like to line it up. They like to like you said, Ultra. They're trying to make their movie and comic books line up as far as continuity goes. So Avengers 38 and Amazing Spider-Man 51.LR. I think there are 2 books this week that are full of spec. I think what Brian's bringing up fits perfectly. I think they're trying to pull a rope-a-dope on you. They're trying to get you to look at Spider-Verse because that's what everyone's clamoring for. Spider-Verse, Spider-Verse, Spider-Verse. But they're slowly giving you one more day stuff. Slowly pulling out one more day stuff. You're kicking off Avengers with the Mephisto stuff that's kicking off. The Doctor Strange. If you're reading Amazing Spider-Man, Doctor Strange has hinted at the one more day stuff right now where Peter Parker is going to him and he said, you've done something in your past where this totem isn't working anymore. So there's underlying hints here, and they came out and said Doctor Strange is going to have a role in the new Spider-Man movie. So I think everyone's focusing on Spider-Verse, and they want that, but they're going to rope-a-dope you, and it's going to be one more day.
Yeah, I've heard Matt's theory on this before, and I agree. I mean, like, it definitely looks like there's a lot of breadcrumbs leading that way.
Why do you think that, Matt? What are some of the signs that you're seeing that makes you think that?
Well, if you look at just the after credit scenes from Spider-Man Far From Home, his identity's out there. Okay, we come after Civil War. It's Civil War and Captain America Civil War. They teased at the end of it. Or no, it wasn't Civil War. I think it was Homecoming. Whichever one.
Homecoming. Yeah.
Homecoming. They teased him coming out to the public and releasing his identity like he does in the Civil War storyline in the comics. So now his identity's out there. And now it's a bigger deal because Aunt May is younger. So there's a bigger threat there to her than if she's an elderly woman. And that she's got that strong connection with MJ right now. And I think that all of the webbing, or webbing, is there. And their Mephisto's coming in the comics. You're gonna have there's already talk about him being in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. There's just kind of all these underlying things that are connecting, but everyone is so focused on Spider-Verse, and they're talking about, oh well, Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire, this and this. that I think Marvel, only the big key readers are connecting these dots and seeing that Marvel wants you to remember Mephisto for some reason. They're setting him in there for you. And they're kind of using Spider-Verse as a look over here, sleight of hand type thing.
The only thing I guess, like, the question I have is, like, what wasn't that one of the most hated, like, arcs ever?
It was, but I think right now, what do you do?
I don't
You
think
have
you're
them
wrong.
on the run.
Well, let's look. Let's look.
All right, so this you just got me like blowing up in the mind here, because look, if it goes that way, there's only one spec play, and here's the spec play. You want to know what that is? Renew your vows.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Renew Your Vows storyline will then become canon if one more day is reversed.
Well, even in the Spider-Man books, like they brought up the whole like Mary Jane trying to remember her connection to Peter and their past relationship, and they kind of restored that, and then she went away, and now they brought her back too, and Norman Osborn's going after her, and the whole, I don't know if it's a spoiler, but the reveal of who the current Kindred is and what he's trying to do. Right. And what he's trying to do and put together. I think
is that confirmed who that is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not, it wasn't, was there an issue after that one where it says, oh, he's my son? Was there one after that?
They've been doing the tie-in issues, like the 51 point LR tie-in issues like that. But it hasn't touched back on that. I'm expecting Spider-Man 52 to kind of.
So then it isn't confirmed who Kindred is, right?
Man, is this a comma situation?
Because I remember, yeah, that's exactly what it is, right? Shit.
Well, I mean, what are they? Because the first Spider-Verse, I mean, it was animated. So why couldn't they do both if they're going to do that in the live and then take the Garfield and everybody else and just have them voice their characters in the animated Spider-Verse second version of that, and then you'd end up with both. But the live action, I think you're totally right. I can see exactly what you're saying.
Well, and here's what connects it to the live action to me too is if you go back to the Morbius trailer, it's murderer. It's Spider-Man on the wall, murderer. So I think he's going to be hunted. And they're going to talk about it through dialogue that in Morbius and Venom, he's going to be being hunted through those too. So I think when we finally get Spider-Man 3, you're going to be deep into him being hunted. So I think
hunted like Kraven, right? Like Kraven the Hunter, like
right. There's been a lot of talk about Kraven being in that movie too. So it just apparently, I don't know if it's just I don't know, excitement building, but a lot of the actors have come out and said that this is the best Marvel script they've ever read.
But what if Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield show up and they're not playing Spider-Man characters at all? What if there's somebody in the Sinister Six? What if there's no Spider-Verse for Spider-Man 3 in the MCU, and the only Spider-Verse existence that we're going to get to see is going to be in the animated version?
I think that's the way it's going to be too. But
I've said for years that Tobey Maguire would make a great Mary Jane because he's kind of a bitch.
Well, there's speculation that he's going to show up in the movie as an alternate reality version of Uncle Ben, Tobey Maguire. So I don't know. Just being an avid comic reader and reading it, when Marvel's doing these storylines, they start putting these characters back in their books because they want them. They want to get them in front of you again, so they make sense to you when you go watch the movie. So I think one more day in that whole storyline, like I said, they're showing you Spider-Verse and they're gonna hit you with that rope-a-dope, and it's gonna end up being one more day. How else are they gonna be able to go back to? I mean, Peter Parker is young still. His aunt is young. He's gonna want to protect that identity. You can't restore that identity.
That's what Doctor Strange is for. He's like, boom, hand wave, Doctor Strange. Oh, okay, now you're done. Everybody, now nobody can know your identity. Even if you tell them, they'll forget. Like that. Isn't that like the cool thing that happened to him in that whole thing when Doctor Strange fixed his identity after Civil War? Like
it was
Mephisto. Yeah.
Oh, was it Mephisto that did it?
Yeah, because Strange, he went to Strange first. Strange told him no, and then he made the deal with Mephisto, and that was the whole deal. That in order to save Aunt May, he had to give up his relationship with Mary Jane, and it reset. And that will not only save her, but make everyone forget who he was.
Actually,
So
Matt,
that
didn't
kinda
he,
reset everything.
didn't he screw Doctor Strange? Didn't he like jump through a portal or something and like didn't he do something? I think he did something and like kind of burn Doctor Strange on it or something to that effect.
I mean, it's been a long time since I've read it. I can't really remember on what he did to Doctor Strange, but
I will tell you this. I think that storyline, even though it wasn't the reason why I brought up that wasn't really popular was just to let people know that it wasn't. But I do think when you play into what they already, I think, like I said, I think your breadcrumbs make a lot of sense. I also think the Mary Jane issue where she didn't go over, I think, or the MJ, I guess, whatever issue where she didn't go over as everybody thought it would be, gives it a rehash where they can reorg that portion of it. And you don't have to make it like you can do that storyline in a shorter bridged version, right? Than like this event. And you can then include a couple other elements in there to lead up to, Spider-Verse or an epic type thing at the end. You know what I mean? So like it does have a lot of play. It has a lot of play in it. Or do the renew your vows toward, like that's it. Like it becomes the hanger right through the middle of the movie, and then you renew your vow, something to that effect. Like you can play with that storyline enough where you can reduce it and pull it, end up pulling it down, put it in there, and still finish it off with something that the rest of the people get to, that they're more looking forward to, and rewrite it so it's not. Look, I don't think it was as bad as everybody panned it to be. I just think like with Civil War, it came out and with, they're killing off May, and then they did the forget thing, and then like, so the part that didn't make sense, and this is where Magna Ultra kind of gets screwed up, is it wasn't Strange, and then Manifesto kind of did. Manifesto did a thing where he kind of did the whole population then lost their minds or something, or like got it wiped. So then that he was the one that put the spell on everybody. So then never again did anybody knew that Peter Parker was Spider-Man, which it didn't read well. Like it just didn't read well, I think was the problem with that series. I don't know, man. I don't know what you think about it.
Well, I'm just wondering if I don't care about the other media. I'm only concerned about what it's going to do to the comic book universe and the comic book spec, because in the mainstream Marvel universe right now, we have Peter, like Matt was saying, coming back, hanging out with Mary Jane. They're like an item again. So I know they've been pushing it. And as somebody who, of course, agrees with the whole Peter and Mary Jane being together thing, because that was the Spider-Man that I grew up with and I remember and I knew very, very well. I don't really see outside media mattering as much, but I see that renew your vows. If this does, with the resurgence of Mephisto, involve him actually, losing a little bit of control that he had, it may be interesting to see what undoings will happen. Now, isn't Mephisto also responsible for the Ghost Riders?
Say that again.
That one I'm not sure of.
Isn't Mephisto
he's talking about
also responsible for Ghost Riders in the Marvel Universe?
Yes.
So we have another person on the Avengers as it is that has a tie to Mephisto, and that's Robbie Reyes. Interesting enough. So if you are reading the newest Avengers book, let's see. Like people say, it's if you didn't read the Moon Knight series and now you're getting into it for the Phoenix stuff, you're going to find that you need to go all the way back and read the Starbrand stuff, because Jason Aaron is writing this one, and kind of like how he set up Thor, he's doing the exact same thing, and there's multiple stories in play here.
No. You can't go back and read old stuff. This is modern spec.
Well, it's a modern book. It only came out in the last year.
No, we don't talk over 9 months.
Okay. I'll sign off now.
Giving you shit, man.
Well, let's jump back to this Moreland thing real quick, because I want to ask, can this Moreland, I always wondered if this could bring Moreland into the Null question or the Spider-Verse, Kate stuff. Do we see that happening at all?
I don't see a connection as of now, but you're going to make me question it, and I'm going to go add a couple of pages to a report I'm working on and see if I can make
You're like, wait, did I miss something?
I wouldn't put it past Cates to use him if he finally makes that transition from Venom to Spider-Man, like someone was talking about a while ago. If he makes that transition over to taking over Spider-Man after this whole King in Black thing, I wouldn't be shocked if he did.
Didn't Moreland get killed at the end of Spider-Verse?
He's
I
back.
thought
He
so.
just came back at the end of 51 point LR that came out this week. He appears in the very last page.
But do we know it's the same version of Moreland because there was a multiverse of Morelands the same way there was a multiverse of Peters, right?
Ah.
Yeah, they don't touch on that because like it's literally the very last page.
Yeah, but didn't Moreland kill all of themselves?
It's a retcon. That's what the chat's saying. It's a retcon. But no, it's cool because they definitely Moreland was definitely a
Fucking Immortal idiots, man. I love Immortal. Why don't you come on, brother? Get your ass in here. Shit.
Moreland was definitely a top tier Spider-Man villain.
Wait, put that back up, Matt. Hold on one second.
Hold on.
There we go.
That looks like a Namor Moreland.
Kind of.
A little bit.
I blame the artist.
So, besides it being the first Moreland, that book is also the first Campbell cover done for Spider-Man. Who is it, Immortal? I mean, saying who is it?
Yeah, we love. Hey, shout out to Immortal Idiots. If you guys don't know, shout out to all the chat fans in the house tonight. Much love to all of them too. Go ahead, Matt.
Well, I was going to say, kind of going back to real quick before we get more into the Moreland thing, going back to my theory. Brand New Day, first issue, Brand New Day. Wasn't there a first appearance of a brand new character that a few months ago was announced that they had just cast?
Jackpot.
And
then Mr. Negative. Yep. So they were rumors, but
did they cast Mr. Negative?
I thought Jackpot. I know Mr. Negative was a rumor, but I thought Jackpot was a confirmed.
Nothing's confirmed for Sony. Are you kidding me? There's nothing that's ever confirmed for Sony. I've seen more rumors about castings for Sony Spider-Verse movies that haven't been made yet. Like, you guys remember when Silver Sable was announced?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Silver and black with Black Hat and Silver Sable.
And black. It was supposed to be Black Hat. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So I mean, there's
I
been
did
a ton
hear
of announcements.
I did hear a confirmation that there was a strong chance Sony's next Fantastic Four movie, if they made one, was going to suck equally as the first one or the third one.
Foxes, yeah, that's Fox.
Damn, that one fucking swing and a miss.
Nah, dude, he's like this all the time. I love his jokes, dude. He's hilarious.
It's gonna suck.
I love him.
It would have worked though. It would have. I see where you're coming from on that one. And yes, the Thing had no thing. That was really weird for a lot of people. Actually, did you guys know that loaded up on Disney Plus?
What's that?
The world's worst Fantastic Four movie.
Oh,
and I've seen the 1994 one. So
yeah, it's under.
Let me tell you,
call them Marvel Legacy or something like that, where they have all the old X-Men and Fantastic Four movies and all the Fox stuff.
I saw the other day.
And they were still better than the freaking last three. And I actually enjoyed the first two of the last three,
But let's finish the Moreland stuff because I want to talk with you, Magnus, about Phoenix Wolverine because I have some theories on that one too.
Well, I already know that Mighty Mel V already spec'd on the first appearances. Shout out to Mighty Mel V.
Which is?
Ooh, wouldn't you like to know? Off the top of my head, I actually don't know the name of the book. Yes, I do. Astonishing Spider-Man and Wolverine, number 5 and number 6. And Wolverine goes Dark Phoenix in those, and that's a Mel V spec. So not my spec to take, but I'll definitely report on it. And Wolverine, as well as appearing in the King Thor as Wolver Phoenix, as eBay just blows up right now. Boom, gone.
Was it? I'm trying to remember. I know Summers went Phoenix in Avengers versus X-Men. Didn't Wolverine actually get a little bit of that?
Not there, no.
Am I remembering that wrong?
Yep.
Colossus, Emma Frost.
I swear there's a reference in there to that.
Was Hope the other one? Yeah. So Namor, Hope, Emma Frost, Cyclops, and Colossus all had the Phoenix Force. They were the Phoenix 5.
That was such a great fucking event until the end. The end really fucked it up.
And you know what? In this timeline, it didn't happen. Isn't that the greatest thing to know in the House of X Power of X timeline? Like, and I'm quoting the infamous Nico, for his point of view on this one, how Hickman basically made it possible to say everything is and is not canon at the same time. He made a Schrodinger's X-Men universe where it is and it isn't at the same exact time, and he can pull from any bit of X-Men history he wants and leave out anything he does not.
Yeah, he's fixing continuity.
Yep, absolutely, and it's the most. It's a brilliant play because it does a lot for opening up storytelling and maybe a retelling of Phoenix Force ish stuff, but they already kind of touched on that. And you know what? I kind of actually like that, even though they've retconned it. The Jean Grey story, where the Phoenix is basically like, "I'm never coming back for you, Jean Grey," has still actually lived up to be true.
What do you think of Marvel? What if, since they're going to do this What If show? A Marvel What If Wolverine has the Phoenix Force.
Well, doesn't he? What about let's back up here. Even before that, this storyline where we see those future Avengers, and Wolverine has the Phoenix Force and the other Avengers that let's talk about, because that's a pretty cool thing right there. I mean, are we going to see more of that?
I think that has more play than the What If. Now, I know the What If story is great. And the What If TV series, once it actually does come out, it's animated and it's going to have 1,000,001 what ifs. They can tell stories forever. They can tell all the different variations, all the different mashups, and somebody's going to come up with a Hulk Wolverine on there, and then they're going to realize they already did it with Weapon H. And they're going to be like, "Oh my God, we forgot about Weapon H. We did this What If, so we're going to put this one out anyway."
What if the Hulk was pink?
Right? He would then drive a pink Cadillac.
Well, Matt also made a point earlier in the chat I saw where he said that What If would be a good place to see Gwenpool also. So I agree with that.
And from what I'm understanding from people who work at Sony that have been gracious enough to tell us a little bit of clues into the complex arrangement, she will never happen. You know why? It's because they have to have Gwen Stacy and they have to have that ability to be done and then maybe die in order to be able to execute the Deadpool/Gwenpool matchup.
You don't think Sony would ever give Marvel the ability?
Money talks, right? But
that's what I'm saying. Like, I hate when people say never, because that's bullshit. Fucking Sony could go, you know what? We need a little money to do this. Here are a couple characters. What characters do you want? You know what I mean? Or let's make some money together type deal.
And it's only because of her first name. If her first name wasn't that, they would have all the free range to use her. And she is Marvel's Harley Quinn. Totally. I mean, that's the shoe that she fits. But from my understanding is that they won't let that happen at this time. And you're better off just hoping for Spider-Gwen to appear than you are for Gwenpool. But Gwenpool, if she would appear anywhere, she's going to appear in the MODOK series, because that's about the only place that I think they can get away with using anybody from the Marvel Universe, because it's in containment of itself, being in that claymation style.
I thought they already said they were dropping Spider-Gwen in the new Spider-Verse animated.
What if Emma Stone's coming back to play Emma in Spider-Man 3?
Fuck, I hope not.
So I mean, there's a ton of those possibilities out there. Of course, it can go.
You don't think she's another one that makes sense for What If? What if Gwen was Deadpool? Like,
from my understanding, the Sony arrangement won't allow that to happen at this time.
Even though it's just Disney Plus property, it's not.
The Gwen portion of it will not let it happen. She's a homage to Gwen Stacy because of the origins.
Makes sense.
And it's it's the one thing that's keeping her from probably blowing up like some people really wish she would, because she has potential. Like I said, I think she's Marvel's Harley.
Well, yeah, they gotta blow her up because that's the only way she can become Gwenpool.
The dead Gwen jokes.
Swinging for the fences, Chad.
No, that was great, man. That fucking all day. That
Marco,
was
check this shit out real quick. Look at the prices on some of these trade paperback Star Wars. I just had to throw this in there real quick because I just found them, and I saw Marco was fading quick, so I had to give him a little steroid injection. 98 bucks for the Old Republic Volume 1 trade paperback. Star Wars The Thrawn Trilogy hardcover.
Dave,
70 bucks.
There's like, it's too bad Sleepy it's too bad Sleepy's gone, because next time he comes on, ask him about that, because when he first started asking, and remember I was talking about selling runs, he started buying some of these, and like the money amount isn't enough for me to get involved with them, but I was telling him like, hey, listen, these, especially a lot of the first prints on these and the done runs, stuff like that, he was listing them, and before he could get to the toilet to read them, he was selling them. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, oh yeah, I got a list of them or whatever. He like did like 2 or 3 of them or whatever. I was like, cool, yeah. When you read it, let me tell you what I think. We'll talk over what the storyline was about, what you thought, and who would be good in it. And I remember one time he came and he's like, oh, that was the next like bathroom reading material, and it's like it's gone. And he underpriced them by a little bit, but not by much, and they started blowing up too anyway. So like, yeah, that stuff. There's some weird stuff with Star Wars. There's one. The weirdest thing I've ever seen.
That screen real quick, McClay. What was that? Aura Singh book. Yeah, right there. Is that 40? Oh no, 1074.
That's, I told you, that runs pretty good. We talked about that earlier. That Singh. That's like where the hat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So then he goes to kill her, and that's where he gets trained to be a Jedi.
No, I have that book. I thought it said 4074, and I was about to crap my pants.
So there's something really weird if you ever find it, and you used to be able to when Barnes and Nobles were going out of business, and I don't think you can find it anymore. But it's the Old Republic tabletop game thing, and man, I've talked about it before, but yeah, if you can find those somehow, like, you just hit a jackpot, because those freaking things they're cat. I mean, it's like $500. Last time I looked, I think it was $500 or $600 for one of them. It's this hard book bound thing, almost like a photo book. I don't know what it is because I don't play Dungeons and Dragons, not knocking that type of stuff or tabletop games. But that's probably one of the key pieces for Star Wars. But they don't sell, like, these were selling years ago for that, and there's less and less of them out, and I don't think you're going to find them. But don't sleep. Like, they were right earlier when they were talking about Star Wars people and the money that they put in to what they want to collect, right? And there's a lot of money in it. There really is.
Star Wars Republic 51 goes for $31.
Look above it.
Maxwell's right.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I mean, there's just there's definitely some crazy stuff when you go down rabbit holes of like, oh, there's the book that what's his name was talking about. Well, that sell for 30? Was that 9.8? No. Oh, it's the other book. Sorry. Okay, keep going. Oh, I can't believe Dark Fate. That book sucks.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Somebody asked about Jackson. We're polling for that character, by the way. We're polling for that Jackson character to go.
I would have bought this if I known this was selling.
Yeah.
I love that cover. I love this book too.
That book's cool. Super cool book.
I have a couple of them sitting right next to me.
Hey, Vader Castle is starting to get popular. That's fun.
Yeah. Shout out to Dark Side talking about that.
Yeah, I just see the new one that just dropped is going. I was on the top 10.
Saw that. We should probably stop talking about books so I can let them sit on the shelf on the cover.
Old Republic number 0 is a $200 9.8.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys this: with the whole resurgence of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and they're bringing back that franchise, and now and with another movie and an expanded universe that's going to have actual continuity and connect between movies and TV shows. What do you think the spec value is on the Boom Studio stuff?
Dude, that stuff's selling hot and going through the roof, man. There's a lot of people
and they're restarting channels.
Yeah, and they're loving it. Like, they're super stoked, and they're all over it. They're like, oh yeah, I can't wait till it comes out so I can, get more of it and buy more and get the variants and do the this and do the that. And I've never been a big, other than the Turtles and Power Rangers, I collected the crap out of those because I'm a freaking crack addict for Turtles. But the Power Ranger stuff I never got into. But I mean, I picked up a book not too long ago just because the cover was dope as hell.
Their toy lines are going.
Yeah, their toys are going, their books are going. Like if you're just specking on it, buy it just because there's a crap ton of people out there buying it. The age group of the people that were,
Go back.
at that age when Power Rangers came out and they had the TV show and they had the toys when they first started and the costumes at Halloween and such, they're getting to that 20-year-old mark now, and they have a just, I'll put it in quotes, disposable income, and they're buying it because it's their childhood. It's just like we do with Turtles and with original Star Wars stuff and all of that. It's the G.I. Joe. It's their trifecta. And by trifecta, I mean they have, multiple entities, video games, TV show, movie, toys, comic book. When you start tapping that multi-market, it's just sooner or later you're going to hit. You may have to wait for 20 years, but it's going to hit.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm going to list all my Star Wars books.
I know, right? We got a question. Can we discuss Ned Leeds' Hobgoblin turn? Matt, are you reading Spider-Man? Do you know about that?
I'm not sure if they're talking about speculation that he's going to turn in the movie or.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's talking about because he got skinny for the role or something like that.
Okay.
And I don't think they can do Hobgoblin until they have Green Goblin done, though. That's the problem.
Oh, I see what they're talking about. The Ned Leeds character that is in the movies now. I forgot that he was Ned Leeds.
Yeah,
well,
I did.
I don't think he is Ned Leeds. He's just Ned.
His name's Ned. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like Ganke from.
Yeah, they
the
haven't
Ultimate
established
Universe,
his last name in the movies yet, have they?
I don't believe they have. So they might have. You just have to check the credits.
I'd have to go watch again, or check the credits. IMDb.
So it may.
But Marco loves IMDb.
It may not be. It's one of those may or may not be.
You see that troll I did this week?
If anything, they're going to set him up for a future movie, and if the Sinister Six does show up in Spider-Man 3, where these guys really try to take out Spider-Man, being like the most powerful super team he's ever faced. They did release his last name as Leeds. Well, then that's kind of crazy because, but like I said, they still need to have one instance of them going to do the Sinister Six with the Green Goblin before they can have the Hobgoblin. And the actor did in a tweet, and he slimmed down for it. All right, I mean, I guess that proves it. Patrick's been pretty spot on with his stuff.
Yeah,
so I believe you. I definitely believe you. So,
but I think you're right. I don't think it makes sense until we have a Green Goblin.
Because either that, or they have to explain in the movie why he's already got the Hobgoblin suit.
Right.
I found it in the trash can right next to your Spidey suit.
Hey,
right.
Hey, Brian, can I address the Bane thing that was like 2 hours ago that people kept bringing up?
Yeah, what's that?
Bane. Well, they're saying Bane's going to be in the High Republic. I mean, I'm not saying they can't retcon and do that, but like, he's dead, kind of like so.
Darth Bane's dead. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking like 1600, 1399 probably BBY, and then they're doing that in 400 BBY, and like they definitely have like, if you read Solo Wookiee's favorite series in the Dark Horse comic, Jedi vs. Sith,
fucking magical books there, boy.
But like what's going to happen there, and then like after that, I mean they do have to clean up some stuff because you can't have some dude that's reading like they have a guy named Darth Millennium who like leads a cult probably like after Bane, like a couple of years, like a couple hundred years after that. So you're gonna have to clean that up. I'm not saying you can't change the timelines completely, but like, I don't think they're going that route. I'm just gonna put that down there. Not that they're not gonna do anything with Bane. I just don't think they're gonna.
No, and they announced that they were going to do something with Bane
Yeah.
when they dropped that Maul info too. They were like, "Oh yeah, we're going to do Maul and Bane," but I think you're 100% correct. Absolutely, they're not.
You guys had me a Colt, so that's cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but then again, it'd always be cool once again to show another part of Solo's favorite, which is Centaur Jedi on ferry boats or whatever elf quest going on in Star Wars. That'll be a big winner. So
you guys already discussed Mandalorian, I'm sure, right? Because
what's that?
You guys already talked about Mandalorian heavy, I'm sure.
No, we actually related to Matt because Matt wants to know why you can't polish up a pearl and turn it into a lightsaber. So I was all for it. We talked a little bit about that earlier. But yeah, no, there's like we could talk about Mandalorian. We do our review tomorrow for 15 minutes. It's good. I trolled it. If you follow our crappy IG page, sorry about that, and sorry about the IMB. He's laughing about it because I trolled the IMBD thing because I always say like IMBD is like the new Wikipedia. You can just put whatever you want in IMBD. Like it even asks you. It says you want to fill some shit in here. So like I was like, and I threw the water scene up because that's what the picture was, and it didn't quite match the description because people are just throwing whatever in there because they want to be right for podcasts, which is fine, but whatever, or vlogs. And then afterwards, I did like a thing with my kid, like, yeah, somebody new we think is going to show up, but he was like looking really froggy. So it was like a funny, like, it was kind of a deep cut on the show. And if you watch the show, I thought it was good. I thought that
so
was
what
good.
you're saying is I could pay somebody who's in the chat right now to go to IMDb and type in my name.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And that you were an actor in it.
And add me as credited.
Hey, Sasha Banks has been in all 8 episodes already. So, I mean, that's solid because that was there. They literally took the writing credits and put it from, if you look at the first season, they took the writing credits and put the same writing credits at one point for the second season. Ahsoka Tano, you guys also the bar fight in the first episode, right? With Ahsoka Tano when she was in that episode and Boba Fett was in 5 episodes. You guys saw that, right? Did you see that?
Boba Fett was in an episode?
Well, he's in 5. He was supposed to be in 5. Yeah, he was supposed to, like, this is all stuff that showed up on IMDb. So we that's what he was talking about because we laugh. We don't really talk about it much, but we laugh.
Wait. What's the other 4 episodes that he was in that I missed?
He's not. No, he's not. No, they just put him in there. They said that he was on.
Well, touching on Mandalorian, Solo and I were talking about this last night a little bit. Now that Marvel has the right,
it's awesome. I loved how you guys were giving it to him too. It's hilarious. Go ahead.
We were talking last night about Marvel having the rights to Alien now. Did anyone else kind of get that face hugger vibe when Baby Yoda is cracking open those eggs?
Yeah, they were kind of mocking at it, but I could see the space spiders being very similar to what the face huggers are. But yeah, this is definitely a different species.
Absolutely.
But we live in a galaxy of organic things, and notice no acid blood.
Yeah, but they are placating on all that stuff because they did the Stormtroopers thing.
It's
they did
waving the middle finger.
They did the Tremors thing already. I mean, they're doing a lot. They did the Godzilla coming out of the mountain thing already. Oh, he's gone. Oh, don't you keep shooting? Like all that stuff. It's like great. Like I love it because it goes. It's not just. It's like,
hey man, deep cuts.
It's deep cuts and they're really funny. And even this episode had a couple of deep cuts in it too, which were kind of cool, especially face hugger / so that those spiders have kind of shown up before. Like one of them, Rebels, the Kanan did the mind trick to the ones that were the smaller ones, and then on Dagobah, originally when they were looking at the food thing. Which, by the way, how funny is it now knowing that the little Yoda thing will eat literally shit out of the ground, and then like when you originally saw Luke Skywalker going, "This smells like shit," and you're like, "Oh, he's just a whiny little bitch." No, he might have actually been right for once. Like the food they go to was probably with shit. But like, so in that scene, like they're kind of supposed to be there because originally they're supposed to be in there and they cut them out and everything like that. So it's kind of fun. Like it's even the filler episodes, which by the way, they did the filler episodes last time too. Now this one kind of was cool because it referenced back a lot of it actually. Like it's such a making fun of itself, right? They cut back. They did deep cuts on the filler episode, like their first filler episode from last season. You guys caught that, right? like they were doing the Bill Burr cuts and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Like which was a filler episode. So they were cutting on themselves, which is kind of funny. And plus it's got the dad from Kim's Kitchen or Kim's Convenience, which if you guys aren't watching that on Netflix, that's a funny show. It's just funny. So watch it. But you know, and then they use like video game stuff. There's the guns that they had from Battlefront 2. I mean, look, the first one where they just gave you, where they were just like lathering you up was amazing, right? But like, you're going to have a filler episode here or there. It's not going to be.
I don't think I wish they'd stop with the filler episodes. Like, you only got 8, man. Pack that shit in there, motherfucker. I want to see 8 ripping episodes.
You have to advance the storyline. Like, I know people say that, but what are you like? At the end, there was no. How would it make sense if he can't find any more Mandalorians? So you have to explain how he's going to find it, and then like, yeah, Mr. Kim, dude, whoever you're my hero for knowing that reference. That is, Mr. Kim is my hero too. I'm trying to gain as much weight as him and open up a convenience store in the basement of my house. So, but yeah, I mean, like I know we all want Christmas.
Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic #9 CGC 9.8 sold for $1,124, guys. That's crazy.
Star Wars for you.
Didn't it sell for more like a couple months ago, or somebody said it did?
It still blows me away just to see that.
Just to see what's in that book. Like if you haven't opened up that book and what they're supposedly buying, that's what blows my mind. You know, that's like that. That's just whatever. But once again, so I think we talked about 10 earlier too. So Mandalorian, I think it really is going to be the blue line for the feeder program, right? Like I think, you know, you've heard the Boba thing. I think that's going to lead probably into a bounty hunter / scoundrel type series. That would be really cool. Yeah,
that'd be cool if they go full bounty hunter and that stuff. That'd be awesome. I really hope they don't just do a single Boba Fett. And I mean, they could tell the Boba Fett line when he goes in and he starts his own guild, quote unquote, or his own team, I guess would be a better term.
Commandos. I actually was letting you guys review that video to see if that would be cool. So maybe we'll put out that 15-minute video here in the next day or so and see if people like it or not. But yeah, he could start his own super commando toy region. There's a book that already happened in before. Mm-hmm. You know, there's other stuff they could do. They could tailor some of the lines to it. You could actually run look, Obi-Wan, we know this. Obi-Wan's a one-off, and there's not much time left in his life. So there's only so much you can do with him, but you can build characters out of there. You can build the Darth crates from there. A couple other things. The journals, which means you can add in a bunch of different stuff. You can get away from the Skywalkers and still include Boba Fett into a lot of storylines. You can also put the Sing situation in there. I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can link up with these, even if you do a one-off series. So even if you do a one-off series with Boba Fett, that character's not going anywhere. They're just cleaning up the mess they made when they had him with Dark Horse and all those novels and everything like that. They're just cleaning up that nonsense. So, but yeah, I think like if you look at the comic books, I mean, how many bounty hunting series are they doing now? And when we were talking earlier about Valance, like he leads into Boba Fett, like they intermingle. You could definitely do some type of storyline like that pre New Hope, and then between you'd have to do the end of Clone Wars. You got like a 4-year period there. And then you could swing that back around because in New Hope, you don't really see him. We know what kind of happens because after New Hope, he goes and blows up Ben Kenobi's hut and he almost kills Luke Skywalker. But there's like a lot of good stuff there till he ends up showing up in Cloud City that you can do. And then you can do some post stuff now. So, I mean, that's what I think they're going to do with a lot of it. I think
it's just going to be 8 episodes of him awkwardly staring at Luke Skywalker through binoculars from a distance. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think you could do a solo. I don't think you can do a solo Boba Fett show. I think you can do an ensemble cast Boba Fett show, which is what everybody says they want on Mandalorian, anyways, right? Like nobody wants the filler or the storyline. They just want Ahsoka Tano to show up, Bo to show up, like all the favorites, and recycle it and throw it out there.
Yeah, and tie it all together with a nice, perfect bow of continuity.
You don't want it tied together, though. You just said you don't. You don't want any storyline.
No, I don't. But the fans do. That's what they're wanting. They want to see all their favorites and all their Rebel favorites, and they want it all tied up in a nice little bow with a continuity bow.
Well, I think that kind of ruined it. So I think two things ruined it. Is like when you think about Rebels, like they not Rebels so much, Clone Wars a little bit more. A lot of those were like 1 or 2 standalone arcs, right? Like so you could watch just one episode of it and it turned out to pretty good. Where like now you got a Mandalorian that's releasing once a week and you can't binge it, and like you actually have to watch episodes again, which I don't mind. Like I said, you know, I like it because I get to sit down with people and watch it. But like, yeah, I think that's a problem. So.
Well, we are going on 4 hours, guys. So I think we're going to call it a night. I know I had a long night last night. Ultra probably did too. Man, I slept half the day because of that shit. I'm glad I don't have kids. Make sure you guys tune in for the Dark Side Mando review show that's coming. Make sure you guys tune in to the Women in Comics coming on Tuesday. And keep your eyes on the rest of the stuff here going.
Gone.
Channel every day.
Going.
Got stuff. We got the comic book women on Tuesday. We got the regular shows on Monday. We have Foreign, I think, is still on vacation on Sundays.
We have a half price crook.
Wednesday is some
real quick, we're gonna
guys.
Hold on here, Solo. We're gonna end it on a half price crook pickup that I think he's got.
Nice.
You all set, brother?
Oh yeah, it's nothing spectacular, right?
Well, that's okay.
Went on a family vacation and hit up a comic. It was like almost walking distance from where we were at. It spent like $30, almost $40. So some dollar bin stuff that they had. It's not the variant, but
I can't see very well. Your camera's super pixelated right now for some reason.
Welcome to the country.
Welcome to the country. I think we're gonna have to try this again. We will do that, but at least we had fucking Crook with us for the whole time. I think that's a first, brother.
Yeah, it was. I was like 8-bit yesterday, so it was crazy.
Try it. Hold it back and try it in this position. It seems to clear up a little bit.
Yeah. We're gonna try that. There you go.
It's Claws of the Panther #1 and
nice.
#2.
Nice.
Wow.
I love that Shuri cover, right? That's the Shuri one.
The variant's the one that's killing it right now, but that was the cover A, I believe. They had a couple Spawn newsstands, but they were early. Number 17 and
Capullo.
And number 10. I hate that cover.
Bad.
I love that freaking cover.
Ultra, you're on mute, brother.
That in a newsstand, my friend, is a good pick.
Yeah, I love that. I think I got like 4 of the regulars and maybe 2 of the
honestly,
newsstands.
let's just be honest. Since we're talking about it, I do not have a Spawn #1 newsstand, and I'm very, very angry about that right now because of how good 9.8s are doing.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I've neglected on getting a copy of that because I chose in favor to pursue a Gen 13 #1 newsstand, which I was able to obtain.
Nice.
But not on a 9.8. It might be a 9.8. It doesn't have the cool little plastic surrounding and a little number on it. It says it's 9.8, but it's a nice looking copy. So yeah, I did find that. I was trying to put together a nice newsstand run of some old Gen 13s, but I got burnt on an order, and I got one that had like water damage and a whole bunch of other stuff wrong with it. I was just like, all right, fuck it, I'm not chasing these books for a while.
You ever finish your yeah?
No, I think I'm 12 issues, 12 or 14, something like that.
Which ones do you need?
I got a short 41, 174, the two big ones.
Yeah.
But the rest of them are just kind of smattered between 150 and 250, somewhere in there.
The hardest ones to find. Absolutely.
Yeah, that 2's run is killing me right now. That late one
up to 240. You're going to be hurting until the return of Al Simmons. So
that late one, let me see, 165, 166 right in there until that mid 250s is brutal.
Well, somebody who put together a complete IDW Generation 1 retail incentive collection and also put together all 146 hip-hop variants, anything's possible.
It's possible. It's just they're out there, but sponsor. I don't know why I collect everything that everyone sits on, man. I don't know why I got to be that guy.
What do you mean? Star Wars? You collect Star Wars stuff?
Star
Everybody
Wars
sits on it.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Spawn.
All right. Well, it's 4:19.
It's a night.
4 hours and 19 minutes in.
Yep. Time to call it a night, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us. We will see you next time.
Okay.